Hello and good morning. Hope you all are doing well. I am Alternate Germ. Welcome to my channel. I'm laughing at Flash Fan saying Happy Fried Chicken Day. Oopsies. Chicken. Chicken. Oh my goodness. Brian, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I was wondering where you were, and I was hoping you were doing well and we would see you. So I see you and thank you. I don't even know what to say other than thank you, which does not seem like enough. But thank you for starting my stream out in such a unexpected way. So I hope you're feeling better and you're rid of all the stuff you had a few weeks ago and are happy and healthy again. And thank you for being here for 3 months. Good morning, Gabby. I've already been chatting with you for a bit this morning. Oh, goodness. It's fried chicken day somewhere. How's our favorite drawer? I am good. Before I recap what we watched the other day, I just have to tell you, most of you know I live in Indiana. So this Delphi trial has been, um, I've known about it since they went missing, right? And when they weren't found that first night when the girls weren't found, there was no good feelings about it. I think everybody knew there was going to be a bad outcome. I've been watching Andrea Burkhart's recaps every day from court because the judge was so wonderful to not make us all see the horror that this is. And it is horrible. What's worse is her. Andrea's been angry. I've been getting angry at what is happening in this courthouse. And there will be so far, the state has produced zero evidence. In fact, the state, before this ever even went to trial, had already flipped my opinion that this isn't the guy. And every day they put anybody on, it's just going more, this isn't the guy. Hello, Christine. And thank you for being a member for 6 months. I appreciate it. I had to just stop and chill for just a second. My stomach is being very loud, but I'm not hungry because I ate. Just so don't know anybody yell at me. Probably because Flash Fan said fried chicken. Oh yeah, it is that going worse than I expected, Flash Fan. Worse. I hope that Andrea Burkhart is reading the jury right, because if she is, I think he has a chance of being acquitted. But what was presented in court yesterday was the warden. So Richard Allen was arrested, I think 2 years ago. It was in October 2022. He was put in a maximum security prison without being convicted, legally an innocent man, as Andrea Burkhart put it, in solitary confinement for 13 months. He saw his wife twice within that time. The guards would stand around, when his family would come visit him, the guards would stand around, and if anybody got up from the table, the visit was over. So no restroom breaks, no getting a drink, no getting a snack, no nothing. Also no privacy. Hey, Kelly, I am so glad I saw that you found that join button, and I appreciate it so much. If I could make it easier, I would, Kelly, but I don't have control over what they put on my page, unfortunately. Um, so Richard Allen apparently was allowed out 5 days. He wasn't allowed out, I believe she said, on Tuesdays and Thursdays of his cell at all. He had a bed in there, he had a toilet in there, he had a Bible in there, he had a tablet in there, and he was allowed to play Candy Crush on it, which I think when I played Candy Crush like years and years ago, didn't you only get like 5 lives or something? So I don't know what he's supposed to do the rest of the day. Um, the warden didn't care. He's not there anymore, and he shouldn't be. He treated him as he had been convicted. One of the other guards basically said he treated him as an inmate, and I'm like, but I guess technically he was, but he's not been convicted of anything. So why is he's being held in this solitary confinement for his safety? He didn't the treatment of this man I've not even been able to finish her recap from yesterday. I would say I'm embarrassed to be from Indiana for that, but it's not just Indiana, and people tell me to move and all that crap and blah blah blah. We just need to do better. We just need to do better. And this guy is, if he is found guilty, I don't believe it will be for the right reasons. Um, I don't even know why the defense even objects. It's the defense, according to Andrea, what she is saying, like the defense is allowed to question the credibility of a witness, right? And every time that they start to question it on these guards or the warden, the state objects and the judge sustains, which is no surprise. Like if I couldn't, I was like, man, this is why. Well, that's not why. It's one of the reasons why I could not be an attorney, because dealing with a judge like her, I would be like, I withdraw the question because you're just going to sustain it anyway. There's no point. And then I'd be in contempt. And then there would be all the things. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Could not do it with her. No way. Gabby, it is hump day. Thank you for being a member for 8 months. That's awesome. You know, Flashman, I wish I had the answer for you on what's up with all these cases. I will give old Judge Bev credit for one thing. She allowed that trial to be shown to the public, to the world, where Judge Gull's like, we don't want you to see what we're doing up here. And the more that comes out, you understand why. There's 24 people that are sitting in that courtroom that are getting to see what's happening. Fortunately, there are people like Andrea Burkhart, the defense diaries, uh, Lawyer Lee, and not familiar with Lawyer Lee, and Bob Mata, maybe there's, because some people I'm not familiar with that are there, that are reporting and are bringing all this information out to us so we can see what is happening. And it's not good. It's not good. Yes, Gabby, I said hump. I just said it again. Didn't you say you were driving or something? Bob Mata's is defense diary. Okay. I've only listened to Andrea. I've just seen those other names. I think Mo in the Deep End has mentioned them as well. Um, she also lives in Indiana. Uh, Motto. I Flashman. I, you know, I'll get it eventually. Hey, I plead not quirky. That's all I'm saying. Um, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. At some point, we should at least get the transcripts, but getting court transcripts of an entire trial, especially one this long, is really expensive. So it's going to take somebody like probably Emily D. Baker that has that can afford to get um, those transcripts. But anyway, I just had to get that off my chest because I've been listening to it all morning and been about to, I needed bubble wrap on my phone. Needed because I was going to throw it. Um, I think they said 6 weeks, maybe flash fan. So we're on what day was I watching? Day 13 was yesterday. And they're also doing half days on Saturdays. The jury is sequestered this whole time. They are getting phone calls with family. So that's good. I don't know. I don't know. It's just not good. But back to our other not good. Yeah, it's lengthy, but I would have been here for it because yeah, his confessions they were reading, it's more like a mental breakdown. It's more because he's just been shut off from the world, from his family. His wife, so he was fired immediately. His wife was fired immediately. She had to leave her house and go live somewhere else. I don't know where she is. I don't want to know where she is. I just want her to be safe because of her safety. So no matter what happens here, even if he's found not guilty, his life is ruined. He has to go somewhere, be someone else, start over, and do the best that he can. No, I don't think they did. I don't think so because they were talking about him. She's talking about him yesterday. The guards that were assigned to sit outside of his cell, and they had to write down every time he said something. So at 6:48 a.m., he said, "I want a glass of milk," or just any off the wall, just anything he said. And some of those people that were sitting out there were other inmates who were convicted of crimes of dishonesty. So, I mean, it just blows your mind. I don't believe there was any Miranda violations here. Um, they had the so-called lead investigator on Saturday, I believe. Holy smokes, he was horrible. Um, they played part of the interrogation video, and Richard Allen just was like, I didn't do this. I didn't do this. And then, the investigator's using the read technique, which I hate. Uh, my daughter and I have had a lot of conversations about this. Uh, I've I'm till she's swaying around. She's starting to see the problems with that. Um, Andrea Burkhart was saying like states have legislation so that you cannot use that technique anymore. It's so bad. And but this lieutenant, I think he is, was just so proud of himself about it, and it was disgusting. Um, yeah, yeah. Chad Dorman was thrown out because of a Miranda violation, and there was a dumb one. All the guy had to do was read the card. And you could tell, like, we thought the guy was going to have a stroke on the stand because he was just getting more red and more red and more red. And we're like, what is wrong with him? Oh, well, we found out when Chad Dorman's attorney stepped up and asked him about the Miranda, him giving the Miranda warnings. And did you skip a part? The answer was yes. And then we understood why he was so red. That became very clear. But he pled guilty, and we're done with him. So I guess at least he did that, and the family doesn't have to go through. It's already gone through it enough. They don't have to go through a horrible trial. So back to our horrible trial. Um, if you missed day one, just do a very quick recap because this is a cold case trial. It happened in October, started October 15th. So when old Looney Booney was on, this was going on. The audio on some of it is awful. Um, the attorneys cannot seem to find a microphone to save their lives. Gabby's driving. Ronald Schroeder and my part, Schroeder in Wisconsin, and this trial's in Wisconsin, so I'll say Schroeder, is on trial for the 1991 unaliving of his 7-week-old daughter, Catherine. There's no new evidence. There's no new breakthrough that we've heard about or anything that says to us why they brought it to trial 30 plus years later. We haven't heard anything like that. However, what we did hear in the state's opening statements are he has a history. So we had Catherine. He was married to Christine, who was Catherine's mom. Catherine passes away. I think they don't arrest him because they don't have enough. They don't think they have enough. So I'm not sure why they have enough now, and they didn't have enough then. So that hasn't been explained. But then, so she divorces him. She moves on. Then the next girlfriend comes in. They have a son. Son ends up in the hospital. You know, he's last alone with Mr. Schrader. The mom hears the baby cry, comes in. There's a bloody rag over this baby's face. Goes to the hospital. You know, this baby's alive. This baby survived. I hope with no injuries, permanent injuries anyway. So moves on from her, goes to the next person. I believe they married. They have a daughter. Same thing that happened with the second woman. Hears the baby cry, runs in. He's the only one with the child. Bloody rag. Go to the hospital. I believe she is alive. I have no idea if there's any permanent injuries on these children. We haven't heard anything of that. So the pattern is there that he can't handle babies. So stop making them, dude. Like, quit it. He's 55, so hopefully he did. So we heard, who did we hear from the first day? Sorry, my mind is just gone with this Delphi stuff. We heard from the paramedic. He was a nothing because it's 30 years ago. He didn't remember. He just didn't. He's like, I don't know. We heard from a retired patrol officer. His memory was a little fresher after not looking at his report that he clearly put his glasses on and looked at when he was told not to. I don't know. It was funny. Dr. Carl Weigel. I think he was drawing a blank. The emergency room doctor maybe at that time. His memory wasn't great. We heard from Elizabeth Brunner, who is Christine's sister. We heard from Christine's brother. And then we heard from Mary Pellner, who everybody called Nana. She was actually Christine's aunt. Not Nana, Gabby, but we'll call her Nana. What's up, Zach? Well, I'll give you one guess. She worked last night. But I think she said she might be going to day shift soon. So, yay. I told her yay. Yay for her. Also, I didn't have time to respond to it, but I saw your messages were popping up on my computer from Discord. So I hope one day you do become a grandpa, Zach, because being a grandparent, I've only been one since June, so I'm not like I'm a pro, but it's a blast. And Flash fan, no thank you. No thank you. Good for her for still doing it, but no thank you. That's all I can say. Good heavens. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine. I mean, you know, I'm just a little younger. I'm 26, 7, 8. I'm not sure because my daughter's 29, son's 32. I don't know how I'm 25, but I am. And I'm holding right there. And I don't want any more. So, yes, one day, Zach. I figured I was only going to have grandpuppies and St. Bernards. I think Harmon's dog's a pit bull mix. It was a rescue dog from a bad situation. And then their cat whiskey. So those I thought were going to be my grandbabies. All right. I just want everybody to know Gabby's front door and back door are closed. Okay. All right. I digress. So today, oh, and also you guys know this, not only is the audio on this horrible, so is the camera person. I have no idea what's going on with them. It's like earthquakes. You always just want to get under the table, like Gabby said. It's all over the place. Um, I always say it's not made for kids, but I don't put the. You can say it's not. There's two things you can choose: not made for kids, and then no one under 18. I don't do that because man, does that restrict you? You can't be monetized. You can't be anything. Um, but I always say not for kids. Just because of the content of our trials, even if chat doesn't go off the rails, just the content of what we're covering is not for kids. So today we're going to hear from the chief medical examiner from Wisconsin. I can't remember where she's at. I have all my notes written somewhere. Chief medical examiner at Milwaukee Medical Examiner's Office. There we go. It just starts with her. She's spelling her name because that's how great this camera person. I do not know the gender. Oops, you guys don't need to see that. Nobody has told me, and I don't really care. It's just bad camera work. So there she is. I have it boosted quite a bit. I can boost it up more. I think we can hear her. No, I'm just over here pushing buttons, and you all know how well that works out, Flash fan. I'm not the camera person. Fortunately, that's right in front of me and it doesn't move because it would be bad if it did, if I had to do it myself. Um, so she's on the stand. She's up there for quite a bit. Um, I haven't listened to her. She does have a bit of a, she's, I can't remember where she's from. Poland, maybe? She's got she's got a thick accent. So I don't have her sped up, but I can turn it up more if I need to, or I can turn it down, which I doubt you guys asked me to do that. So here we go. Let's get into what happened to this poor child.
Last name Tlomak.
Thank you, Doctor. We're going to start with Mr. Torbenson.
Good morning, Dr. Slomak.
Good morning.
How are you employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you served as the Chief Medical Examiner for the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office?
I was appointed the Chief Medical Examiner in March of 2023.
I swear the
Prior
cameraman
to
just fell
serving as
down.
the Chief Medical Examiner for Milwaukee County, what did you do or where did you work?
Fun fact.
So I graduated from Medical
Nice.
School of Wrocław, WROCLAW in Poland. After graduation, I completed a transitional year and then a residency in pediatrics. I was board certified in pediatrics in Poland. Then I moved to the United States. I decided to change my specialty. I certified my diploma and then I completed a residency in pathology at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque, New Mexico. After my residency, I completed 1 year of forensic pathology fellowship at the Office of Medical Investigator in Albuquerque, New Mexico. After my training, I came to Milwaukee and joined the staff at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office in 2006. I was first an assistant medical examiner. In 2009, I was appointed a forensic pathology fellowship program director. In 2010, I was promoted to deputy chief medical examiner. When Dr. Peterson retired in September of 2022, I was appointed interim chief medical examiner and subsequently in the March of 2023, the chief medical examiner.
Thank you. I want to talk briefly about a number of those topics that you just covered. You told us that you became board certified in the area of pediatrics when you were in Poland. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
What does it mean to be board certified in the area of pediatrics?
So in Poland, I had to complete a transitional year after graduating from medical school. During transitional year, I rotated through internal medicine, surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, anesthesiology, and pediatrics. And then I completed residency in pediatrics. During my residency, I had different rotations, and then I took board exam.
How long is residency in the area of pediatrics? You did that.
My residency was 3 years.
So you did a 3-year residency in pediatrics, and then you took a board examination in pediatrics. Did I get that right?
Yes.
And you passed that examination in
That's correct.
All of that before you joined us in the United States.
Yes.
Once you came over to the United States, you worked on becoming a forensic pathologist. Is that right?
Yes.
What is a forensic pathologist? What is it that a forensic pathologist does?
Forensic pathology is a medical specialty. It's a subspecialty of pathology, and it applies medicine and pathology to investigation of sudden, unexpected, unexplained, or violent death in order to determine the cause and manner of death. Forensic pathologists perform autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death.
Now, in this particular case, the death of Catherine Schroeder, who passed away on August 25th of 1991, you were not with the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office back then, were you?
No, I was not.
You did not perform the original autopsy on the body of Catherine Schroeder, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did perform the original autopsy on the body of Catherine Schroeder?
The autopsy of Catherine Schroeder was performed by Dr. Alan Stormo.
And was Dr. Alan Stormo an assistant medical examiner with the Milwaukee
Yes.
County Medical Examiner's Office at that time, August 25th, 1991?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Does the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office
Okay, so I think the medical examiner that they just mentioned is the one that I can't remember his name. There was one that was subpoenaed that ignored the subpoena and did not come to testify. Then there was another one that came in. I don't know if he was an assistant medical examiner under this other person. He quit very shortly after everything happened. So there's some weird stuff going on there. I don't know if this guy ended up getting arrested. I have no idea. But I just didn't think you were just allowed to ignore a subpoena, but he did. So we won't hear from him. We won't hear from that guy. I can try to speed her up if you want. At least, I mean, we can try it. She's speaking slow. I'm just worried we won't be able to understand. And yes, it is being held during the day. All the blinds are closed in the courtroom.
keep records through the normal course of your business?
Let me know if I need to slow it back
Yes,
down.
we keep some records permanently.
Would some of those records be an autopsy protocol report that would have been authored by Dr. Stormo in his review of this case?
Just camera me.
Yes, so we keep all the paper records, and there was a file of Catherine Schroeder that included Dr. Stormo autopsy report, Dr. Ho and Stormo neuropathology report, Dr. Simon's eye examination report. We also had our investigation report, police reports.
Did the Office of the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office also have photographs from the autopsy?
And so there was one or two photographs, and those were those Polaroid photographs, and then there were multiple photochromes. Photochrons, those slides.
Slides, okay. And those are slides that have to be put into a machine to be used, did I get that right?
Yes, yes.
That's how I do it. Were there also histology slides or microbiology slides from this specific case?
So we keep histology slides permanently, and there were histology slides.
Can you tell the jury what histology slides are?
He's the
We do
reject
autopsy,
crew from cops.
we examine all the organs inside to the body, and then take all the organs from the body and examine each organ separately. And we take small sections for a microscopic exam. Those small sections are sent to a laboratory, and they made histology slides. And then when the pathologist receives the slides, we look under microscope and perform microscopic examination.
Now, you told us earlier that you became the interim chief medical examiner and then the chief medical examiner, I think, in 2023 to 2024. Did I get that correct?
Yes, I have been the chief medical examiner for almost 18 months now.
Prior to you being the chief medical examiner was Dr. Brian Peterson.
Yes,
And when Dr. Brian Peterson left or
Yes.
Was this one of those cases?
Yes, Dr. Peterson was consulted regarding this case, and I think that he expressed his opinion.
After Dr. Peterson retired, did I
Good
reach out to you
point.
and ask you if you'd be willing to review this case?
Yes, you did.
And did you write a formal opinion based on your review of this case?
Yes, I did.
When I reached out to you and asked you to review this case, did I provide to you all the police reports and investigative reports from this case from law enforcement?
Yes, I received, I don't remember the whole list of the reports that you provided, but I reviewed the reports that you provided as well as our file.
Including medical records for the decedent, for Captain Schroeder, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you prepare a written report that contains your summaries and opinions based on your review in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Dr. Fleck, before I reached out to you and I asked you to provide your opinions on this case, did I tell you that?
We just lost the microphone. I
Did I
can.
tell you that I needed a certain opinion when you came to this court to testify?
No,
Did I tell you what I was looking for in your testimony?
no.
Did I just ask you to review this case and tell me what your opinions and thoughts and impressions were based on the evidence?
Yes, you asked me to review the case and reach my own independent opinion.
Okay. Are there cases that you and I have had in common in the past that I've asked you to review where you said you can't provide an opinion because it wasn't your case?
Yes.
Okay. That's not this case though, is it?
No, it's not.
Permission to approach.
Yes.
Dr. Womack, I've handed you with me marked as State's Exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what State's Exhibit number 7 is?
And this is my opinion regarding death of Captain Schroeder.
This is your report, your opinion regarding the death of Captain Schroeder.
Yes.
Okay. I want to start off with page 1. On page 1, do you list all of the materials that you personally reviewed in order to form your opinion?
Yes.
And tell us what that list includes.
This list includes Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office investigation report, autopsy report of Catherine Schroeder, just the case number A91-1763, neuropathology report of Catherine Schroeder, case number A91-1763, eye examination report of Catherine Schroeder, case number A91-1763, histology slides, toxicology report of Catherine Schroeder, case number A91-1763, Greenfield Police Department reports, Greenfield Fire Department paramedic report, medical records from St. Luke's Medical Center, Forest View Pediatrics and Children's Hospital, photographs, and a video.
When you are conducting an autopsy or reviewing records related to an autopsy, is one of the first pieces of information you need a history regarding what happened just prior to that individual's collapse and death?
Yes.
Why is a history important?
History is extremely important because, first of all, when I review the history, after reviewing the history, I'm able to determine if medical examiner's office is going to take jurisdiction in the case and what do we need to do to determine the cause and manner of death.
Based on your review of the history in this case, was this a case that the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office would and should have taken jurisdiction over?
Yes.
What was critical or important for you with regards to the history that was provided?
This was a sudden, unexpected death of an infant. There was no history what happened to this infant. Based on the reports, the infant was weak and the mother had a difficult time feeding her. And then after the father fed her, she became unresponsive, stopped breathing, and then had a cardiac arrest, was resuscitated, taken to Children's Hospital by emergency medical services, and at admission in the emergency department at Children's Hospital, she was comatose, so it means that she was unresponsive. She wasn't breathing, didn't have pulse, she was cyanotic, which means that her skin has a slightly blue discoloration, and her pupils were dilated, they were reactive, We continued cardiopulmonary resuscitation. She was intubated, and there were some tests performed at Children's Hospital. CT scan of the head revealed subdural subarachnoid hemorrhages and brain edema. They conducted ophthalmology exam, which showed diffuse retinal hemorrhages. In addition, there was a rib fracture on the right side, and it was affected the right rib.
That was a lot of information.
All right, so now I'm curious. She takes a look, and I wonder what the original death certificate says the cause of death is. Undetermined, and then she's probably changed it to homicide. Hopefully the defense will ask that. That's kind of curious, that who didn't do their job if she's saying that it should have been theirs to begin with. Hope we find out. Maybe it's the guy that wouldn't come testify.
I kind of want to break it down a little bit piece by piece. When the initial responding paramedics get to the residence, I believe you described the eyes as being dilated, but they weren't fixed at that point.
Yes, so the paramedics had described that they didn't describe it, they marked it in the report, that the pupils were dilated, so it means that they were large, but they reacted to light. So when there was light placed in front of the eyes, they became smaller.
Why is that something that's important to look at?
When pupils are reactive to light, so this was something that was, I think, it's more important when you clinically examine the person, and it shows that probably the child is still alive. But this is again something outside my area of expertise, because I don't practice pediatrics anymore.
Once Catherine arrived at the hospital, her pupils were described as fixed. What does that mean?
So what it means is that the pupils were dilated, as this is what happens with brain death. And when the light was placed in front of her eyes, there was no reaction.
There was no reaction to that light.
Yes.
That was on her admission to the Children's Hospital.
So based on what I read in the reports, in the emergency room, the pupils were still reactive to light, and then later they became fixed, so they did not react.
So it was a progression.
Yes.
Okay. So they were dilated, but then they moved to becoming fixed and not reactive to light as Catherine remained in the hospital.
Yes.
You talked about the CT scan that was done at the hospital with Catherine's injuries, and you said there was subdural hemorrhage and subarachnoid hemorrhage. Are those significant findings?
Yes, they are.
Why?
So there are different causes of subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage. Both hemorrhages might be due to a natural disease or trauma.
So when you're looking at subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhages, you have to consider among the potential diagnoses a natural disease cause or an alternative traumatic cause. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you indicated that there was also an X-ray, a chest X-ray that was conducted that showed a fracture of the right wrist.
Yes.
Okay. Now, above and beyond reading those records, you had the opportunity to review the findings of Dr. Stormo at autopsy as well as the photographs themselves at autopsy, right?
Yes.
What if anything, did that tell you regarding the subdural
Kelly.
hemorrhage that was present on the brain of Catherine Schroeder?
So when I started reviewing this case, first I read our investigation report, and then I looked at the photographs that were taken at autopsy. I didn't look at those photograms because they were digitalized, and I was able to look at digital photographs. And there were photographs of external exam as well as of internal exam and photographs of neuropathology, which is brain exam, and photographs of eye exam. So after reviewing those photographs, I read Dr. Stormo, Dr. Hall, and Dr. Simon's reports, and I look at histology slides. So based on this review and viewing the photographs and reviewing microscopic slides, I saw that Dr. Stormo saw at autopsy subdural hemorrhage overlying both cerebral hemispheres, both the parts of the brain, and that this hemorrhage was more severe between the cerebral hemispheres. This is part that is called longitudinal fissura. There was also a subarachnoid hemorrhage. Subarachnoid hemorrhage overlies the surface of the brain, and this hemorrhage was seen on both convexities of the cerebral hemispheres, as well as on the base of the brain and on the superior, which is upper part of the cerebellum.
What causes subdural hemorrhage when it's the result of a traumatic cause?
A subdural hemorrhage is caused by injury to what are called bridging veins that are between the dura and surface of the brain, and it's also caused by injury to the blood vessels within dura. And this hemorrhage will be on the subdural surface of the dura. Dura is a fibrous membrane that lines the skull and so it covers the brain. However, there is a space between the dura and the brain, and this space is called subdural space. So when there is blood accumulation in this subdural space, it's called subdural hemorrhage. When there is a layer or focal collection of blood, and when there is more blood, it's called subdural hematoma.
In this particular case, I think you indicated that the subdural bleeding was on both sides of the brain. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there measurements taken about the amount of blood that was involved in that subdural hemorrhage?
Yes, so based on the autopsy report and photographs, Dr. Stormo was able to collect this blood, and he described in his report that there was 6 grams of subdural hematoma.
What, if any, significance do you place to that? I'm not a doctor, I don't know what that means.
So it's really hard to interpret what actually 6 grams means. When I measure subdural hematoma, I measure it in milliliters. Based on the photographs, it was a significant amount for an infant, but I cannot tell what would be the significance of the 6 grams.
In the photographs, as well as the description provided, is the blood described as being acute or something else?
So the blood is described as not adhering to the dura. And this is important information because it helps us in determination of the time frame when the injury occurred. We cannot be very specific, but at least we can have some time frame.
Okay. When I hear it's not adhering to the dura, what I think is it's not clotting yet to the dura, which blood does, but help me understand where these timing points.
So after bleeding, when you, if I can use analogy, when you cut yourself, let's say you cut your finger and it will be bleeding. And there will be this liquid blood, but then our body will try to stop this bleeding and it will initiate this coagulation process, which is clot formation. So the blood at the place of the incision will become almost like thicker, and then it will start healing and there will be almost like crust, and then the cut will heal. And the same happens when the injury is inside the body. So after the injury, the blood will be very liquid, and then the body is trying to heal. So it will become a little bit thicker, I don't like to use food comparisons, but I think that in this case, when it becomes thicker, it almost has this like jelly appearance. And when the body wants to heal, so it will begin, like it's called organization of this, in this case, subdural hemorrhage. So there will be the process that involves the formation of almost like encapsulation of this blood and resorption. And when there is information when the injury occurred, what type of injury occurred, and then studies are done, and in the case of death, postmortem exams are done, pathologists look at the changes. If someone, let's say, dies within an hour, what do we see? If someone dies after 1 day, what do you see? And based on those studies, we can make some determination. However, as I said, we cannot be specific because each person is different, each child is different, and there is an overlap. When I talk that the blood wasn't adherent to the dura, it means that when Dr. Stormo opened the head and cut the dura, this blood didn't stick to the dura. And he could, if he would try, he could like easily wash it with water and there will be no evidence of blood on the dura. However, we don't do it. We place dura and brain in formalin, which is a special solution, but helps fixing the brain and dura, and then it's examined later. So in this case, it's a significant information because blood would not be adherent to the dura for like at least 1 to 2 days after the injury. At the third day, it becomes adherent to the dura, and it's seen grossly, but it's adherent to the dura, as well as on a microscopic exam, we see specific changes that indicate that there was this healing process started.
So the non-adherence to the dura gives us some general outer timeframes of when the injury may have occurred. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the subarachnoid hemorrhage that was discovered on autopsy. What if any significance do you find with regards to that?
So it was documented on photographs in Dr. Storma autopsy report as well as in Dr. Hall autopsy report, and there were some sections taken for microscopic examination. Subarachnoid hemorrhage is another type of the hemorrhage that surrounds the brain. The brain is covered by this thin membrane, which is called arachnoid membrane, and then the dura that I described before. When there is a bleeding under this arachnoid membrane, so between the surface of the brain and this arachnoid membrane, it's called subarachnoid hemorrhage. There was subarachnoid hemorrhage over both cerebral hemispheres, and it was also present on the superior surface of the cerebellum. So if you don't mind, I would like to explain to the jury that briefly anatomy of the brain. So when you think of the brain, it's in the skull, and the cerebral hemispheres, and again, I apologize for food comparisons, but they almost look like half of a walnut. So there are two cerebral hemispheres that they are connected, and they have convexities that are in general almost like part of like a sphere because they fit in the skull. The base of the brain is this like lower part of the brain, and at the base of the brain there is a brainstem that is connected to spinal cord, and then in the back of the skull there is part that is connected to the brain, and it's called cerebellum. So when I talk about subarachnoid hemorrhage overlying both cerebral hemispheres, both convexities and the base of the cerebral hemispheres, it's almost like overlying this whole part of the half of a walnut. And then there is also blood on this smaller part of the brain, but it's called cerebellum, and it was on the superior surface of the cerebellum.
When an individual has bleeding, subarachnoid bleeding directly on the surface of the brain, is that an irritant to the brain itself?
Glad his pen's
Yes,
still
it
there.
is.
Can you describe what that means to the jury and how that may show in someone who has that bleeding?
So any type of change in type of the bleeding on the surface of the brain or within the brain will be symptomatic. So the person who has any type of injury within the head, depending on the age, may have different symptoms, but most of the time it will be headache, will be vomiting, and then there will be neurological symptoms, neurological deficits.
Can you give us some examples of some neurological deficits?
So the person, can I give example of an adult or a child?
Oh, we're talking about a baby.
So it will depend on the child. When there is an infant, very young infant, this infant cannot communicate, but the conscious, the infant may become unconscious, may become comatose with severe pathologic findings in the central nervous system, and may stop breathing, may become pulseless. If the pathologic findings are less severe, the infant may not behave normally. So with like small infants, we will be looking at like eye contact, smiling, being more irritable, crying more or not crying, and also difficulty with feeding. And those infants may vomit, for example.
In the two examples you gave us, you indicated one would be the result of severe pathology where you would have perhaps unconsciousness, vomiting, other things, and then you said less severe pathology, you might just have problems feeding and fussiness. Tell us about the severity of Catherine Schroeder's pathology.
So Catherine Schroeder, she had severe head injury. She had subdural hemorrhage that was over convexities of both cerebral hemispheres. It was more severe between the cerebral hemispheres. The subdural hemorrhage was also present on the base of the skull. It was in the left anterior, middle, and posterior cranial fossa. In addition to subdural hemorrhage, she had subarachnoid hemorrhage that was present on both convexities of the cerebral hemispheres, on the base of the brain, as well as on superior cerebellum. After
I'll just stop for just 1 second. Hello, Sharon. Thank you. I missed everyone here. I am doing great. I feel 100% better. Well, 90% better. Not exactly all the way there. I am just back to Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. So you have missed nothing. We started this trial on Monday. It is a cold case trial of a man who is now accused of unaliving his 7-week-old daughter back in 1991. This is the medical examiner, not the medical examiner at the time. She's actually been in the medical examiner's chief medical examiner for 18 months. She's very slow at getting to the details of what happened to this baby. And that's really what I want to hear is what happened to this baby and why it took 30 years for them to charge this man. So that's where we are. Also, I want to tell you guys, because she's on stand forever today, and I do have her sped up. I'm about to speed her up some more if she doesn't get to the point. But on day 3 of this, we will hear from the mom of Catherine, the next girlfriend whose name was Brenda. And then I believe that we'll hear from the mom and the 2 other women that were involved, that were brought up by the state in the openings of their children being injured as well. I don't believe they are able to talk about their children specifically. I know Brenda is not, because there's an objection there. I caught it yesterday when I was going through trying to figure out who everybody was. but we will hear about the relationships and the other stuff that they laid out. So I don't know how much we'll hear about their children, even though they are 30-year-old adults now. But I'd like to kind of get into the meat of the matter of why this woman is up here. Like, tell us what happened and why you changed and why this took 30 years.
After the brain was fixed in formalin, it was examined by neuropathologist from Medical College of Wisconsin, Dr. Hall, and Dr. Hall dissected the brain. When he dissected the brain, there was bleeding that measured 1 centimeter by 0.3 centimeter, and it was at the junction of gray and white matter in the frontal lobe of the brain. This finding is consistent with brain contusion, which is brain bruise. There are also multiple bilateral hemorrhages and areas of necrosis, which is dying tissue in both cerebral hemispheres, and there were hemorrhages in the brainstem.
I want to talk a little bit about that information that you provided. When we were talking about the subdural bleeding on the brain and the subarachnoid bleeding on the directly on the surface of the brain, those are markers for brain injury or brain trauma. Is that a fair statement?
So those are pathologic findings that result from injury. However, they can also result from natural disease.
Well, when we're looking at the information that you just told us, you're talking about injuries that are actually inside the brain itself. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, and in this case, subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage were markers of injury because there was no evidence of natural disease that could cause them.
In this case, there's no natural disease that would explain this child's entire clinical presentation. Is that fair?
That's correct.
But trauma would.
Yes.
Severe trauma.
Yes.
Tell us again about the findings that you made inside the brain of Catherine Schroeder and the locations of those. I just want to make sure we understand that correctly, where those locations are and what the significance of it is.
So when the brain was sectioned, and I looked at the photographs taken during a neuropathology exam, there was brain edema, so the brain was swollen. There was this hemorrhage, which is a bleeding in the right frontal lobe, and this hemorrhage was located between the cortex and white matter. It was at the cortex-white matter junction. The significance of this hemorrhage is that it is brain contusion, cerebral contusion. In young children up to 6 months of age, contusions are linear hemorrhages that are present at the white-gray matter junction. She also had multiple parenchymal hemorrhages that were in both cerebral hemispheres. Should I talk about significance of these hemorrhages?
I would appreciate that.
So with those hemorrhages, they could be either due to trauma, but they also are due to what is called secondary injuries. So what happens when an infant or young child sustains head trauma, the child will have what are called primary injuries, so those will be injuries that are directly due to trauma. And then again, the body reacts to this trauma. So in the case of head trauma, there will be increased blood flow. The blood vessels will be injured and they will be leaking, so there will be hemorrhage. It will cause the brain swelling. And because brain is in the skull, it's a closed compartment. So when it swells, it will compress blood vessels. So in turn, there will be not enough blood supply to the brain. And what it means when there's not enough blood supply, not enough oxygen coming to the brain, not enough glucose coming to the brain, and then brain will start dying. And those findings that include brain edema, that include those hemorrhages and necrosis, dying tissue, those are secondary injuries. And those were the injuries that were seen at autopsy. In addition, because the brain is swelling and there is not enough space because the skull will not expand, it will be almost like pushing down and stretching the brainstem, and then we will be seeing hemorrhages and bleeding in the brainstem because the blood vessels will rupture.
Is that referred to as herniation of the brainstem?
I did not see in the report. I would have to look at the report. I don't recall that Dr. Stormo described herniation. However, what happens, especially with the brainstem, there are hemorrhages, and they are called dure hemorrhages, which is called by this severe brain edema and then stretching of the brainstem.
And that was seen in this case.
Yes.
In a case like that of Catherine Schroeder's, is it also important to look at the eyes for injury?
Yes, in any head trauma or any, we do eye exam
Why is it important to look at the eyes?
because there are also changes, pathologic changes in the eyes.
Did you observe, based on your review of this case, pathologic changes in the eyes of Catherine Schroeder or findings?
Yes, I reviewed photographs that were taken by Dr. Simons, who examined the eyes, and there were hemorrhages in the retina on gross examination. I also looked at the histology slides, and based on microscopic examination, I'm sorry, on microscopic examination, I saw also retinal hemorrhages at a different level of the retina. And those hemorrhages were not only in the posterior retina, but they extended to anterior retina to the structure that is called ora serrata.
You said that you performed two examinations, or there were two examinations. There's a gross examination and then a microscopic examination. If I understand correctly, a gross examination is with your own eyes. You're looking at something. Is that fair?
Yes, so as a matter of fact, for 10 years, I was doing eye examinations with Dr. Simons. We remove, in the cases where we need eye examination, the eyes are removed at autopsy, again placed in formalin, and then Dr. Simons was consulting our office and doing our eye exams. And I was, for these 10 years, I was a person who was going to Eye Institute and doing these eye exams with Dr. Simons. So when the eye is removed from the body, it's placed in the formalin. And then when I took those eyes to Eye Institute, Simons and I, first we look at the eyeball with attached optic nerve, and then he usually cut the eyeball above the optic nerve. So the eye it's a round, like a spherical structure, and there was optic nerve attached to it. So when he cut it above optic nerves, we had two halves, and we were able to see the eye inside under dissecting microscope. And he described always all the findings. I looked at those findings and took notes. And then in the cases where there were pathologic abnormalities grossly, the eyes were sent to the lab for histology. And then when we received the histology slides, we are able to do microscopic exam. So in this case, there were photographs of eyes, dissected eyes, and I was able to see that there were those retinal hemorrhages, and then on microscopic exam, I saw confirmation of these retinal hemorrhages. There was blood in different layers of the retina and in different parts of the retina.
So the practice.
Did you put them back? I didn't realize they took them out. That's kind of ugh. Yuck. I mean, I know they're not alive, but no. I was not expecting that testimony. Well, we remove the eyes and we take them to a lab. Okay. That was weird. and I hope you put them back.
That you described when you conducted eye exams with the medical college, that same practice was done in this particular case. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's a good practice to have done. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Tell us about the significance of the retinal hemorrhages that you observed in this particular case. What can you tell us about that?
So in this particular case, there were severe retinal hemorrhages. Those retinal hemorrhages involved posterior as well as anterior retina. Retina is histologically composed of 10 different layers, and there were hemorrhages in all layers of the retina. So those are severe hemorrhages. In this case, the retinal hemorrhages were due to trauma. However, because of brain swelling, there could be also some component of increased pressure in the skull that could contribute to the severity of these hemorrhages.
So you described these retinal hemorrhages as being severe. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Really, Bri? No organs taken out during autopsy are replaced. So, oh, I would want them replaced. Reason being is my father-in-law, they did donate some of his organs, but his wife said specifically don't take his eyes, and I didn't even realize that they did at his funeral until she told me they did, because then I could tell. I didn't like that. I know he doesn't need them anymore. I don't know, put marbles or something in there, because I'm not even going to go into it, but it didn't look good. Once you saw it, you couldn't unsee it, unfortunately. Yes, we're all going to have nightmares that our eyes are being removed and dissected in the lab and not being returned. Yeah. I guess I understand it when she was explaining it. I just wasn't expecting it. I don't think we have ever heard a medical examiner in any of the trials that we have done. I don't think we have ever heard any one of them talk about removing the eyes and taking them to a lab somewhere. Like, oh, okay, got my eyes. I'll see you later. I don't know. It gives me the creeps. Gives me the creeps. Flashman, I will definitely take a look at that Georgia case for you. So I appreciate it.
Yes.
And there are retinal hemorrhages that you could visualize not only microscopically in the slides, but with the naked eye in photographs. Is that fair?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about any other internal injuries that were noted with regards to Catherine Schroeder. There was a mention at the hospital that she had signs on an x-ray of a third rib fracture on the right side. Were there any findings of rib fractures at autopsy?
Yes. So with all children under 1 year of age, we do total body x-rays before autopsy. In the hospital records, it was described that there was.
Brian, are you talking baby brains? Because you work in the NICU, right? Also, Bri, do you know, because, so this happened in 1991 where like shaken baby syndrome was huge, and they have now changed that. I don't know what they call it now. Is it still a thing? Like, they kind of got away from it. It seemed like. Do you remember like the court cases where the guy was just up there just shaking the baby, and you're like, oh my gosh. Obviously, it was a doll, but just it was a weird thing. It was just everywhere for a while. Then you don't hear about it anymore. Anyone? Huh, okay. I don't want to be autopsied at your hospital. I want to take my brain with me. Nobody else will want it anyway. It's like the baseball player Ted Williams, who, yeah, yeah. Didn't he get shot into space? Like they shot his ashes or something into space a while ago. Think about Walt Disney. His head is frozen. I don't know what he thinks is going to happen there. But yeah, note to self: I will do not pass away in Connecticut by Brian's hospital with weird circumstances that they need to perform an autopsy on you because you're not getting your brain back. And maybe not your eyes either.
Rib fracture on the right side, and that included right rib. And our x-rays also revealed a rib fracture, which is described in the reports as swelling. And this is what we see on x-rays. However, autopsy, when we review x-rays, this is almost like a photo, not photograph, in quotation, photograph. When we do autopsy, we actually see it. So when Dr. Stormo did the autopsy, and if I remember correctly, he documented it in photographs. He saw rib fractures on the right side, and those were rib fractures of the second, third, fourth, and fifth right rib, and the fractures were located at the posterolateral, which is like means back and side of the chest. It's in medicine we use posterior axillary line. So this is the line when you look at your armpit. The line that is like at the end of the armpit is posterior axillary line. So in this line there were fractures of this ribs. And what I saw on the photographs, there was almost like a thickening of the rib in this area. What Dr. Stormo did, he removed those fractured ribs, fixed them in formalin, and then decalcified, so removed calcium, and then submitted it for histology. So I was able to look at microscopic exam of this fracture, and on a microscopic exam, there was evidence of healing. So again, when we look at the fractures, we see different changes when there is acute fractures. So when it just happened, there will be just the bone will be broken and there will be bleeding around it. But then the body starts healing, and when the body starts healing, we see less blood. We still may see some blood, but we see
I don't know.
blood, and we will see evidence of healing, which will be like fibrous tissue, formation of cartilage, and formation of bone.
What, if anything, can you tell us based on the signs of healing that you saw with regards to the timing of when those fractures came?
So based on radiology findings and gross examination and microscopic examination, again, I cannot be specific, but it would be between 1 to 2 weeks.
These fractures would not have occurred at the same time as the head injury then, correct?
No.
Okay. Beyond those findings, were there findings of actual injuries inside Catherine's mouth?
Yes, so she not only had small injury inside of her mouth, she also had a small abrasion, which is a skin scrape on the right side of the chin, and she had another abrasion on the left ear. Inside of her mouth, there was a linear indentation, a depressed area that was erythematous, that was like more red.
Where was that in the mouth?
It was, oh, I apologize, it was on the left side of the upper gum, and it was close to the midline. Then there's in the mouth there is this like thin tissue in the middle of the lips, so you can feel it with your tongue, and it's called frenulum. And this indentation was on the gums on the left side below the frenulum.
So if we all take our tongues and stick them up between our teeth and our upper lip, we can feel that little piece of tissue?
Yes, it's, yes,
That's on the left side of that is where you want to
yeah, on the left side and below.
Injuries in that area of a child's mouth. This is, well, first of all, Catherine's a non-mobile child, right? She was 7 to 8 weeks old at the time of her death.
Yes, she was almost 8 weeks old at the time of the death. However, she was born at 35 weeks gestation. Normal gestation is 40 weeks. So we have to adjust her age. Since she was born at 35 weeks gestation, 5 weeks earlier, her development would be at like 3 weeks of age instead of 8 weeks.
Wow.
Whether it was 7 weeks or 3 weeks because she was premature. This is
I did not know they did that. Interesting. Makes it even worse. Thanks, Doc.
clearly a baby that wasn't crawling, walking, or doing any activities on her own, right?
Yes, that's correct.
When you have a child, a completely non-mobile child, and you have injuries on the outside of the body, you said a contusion to the chin and then a contusion by the ear, that would be concerning in and of itself for abuse. Is that fair?
Well, I would, first of all, I would ask a question, how did it happen? Because if there is no explanation for injury, then I would be concerned about abuse.
Same for that injury inside the mouth?
Yes.
Yeah, Brian, that's my question. I don't know why this took 30 years. I don't know who looked at it and it's like, I don't know if it was her. I don't know who did it. There was somebody that took a look at this and said, charge him. The mom was not charged. I'm not saying she should have been. Because every time he was alone with children that ended up injured. So I don't know. I don't know why it took so long because it sounds awful. I don't know. Sorry, I hit play.
And there was a hemorrhage around optic nerve.
What if any significance you place on hemorrhaging to the optic nerves? Is that in both eyes?
It was in both eyes.
And what's the significance of that?
So a hemorrhage of the optic nerve is also seen.
When you are examining the number of factors you consider in the whole presentation or picture of that child, take all of her injuries together?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Based on your findings at autopsy, in conjunction with all the materials you reviewed, what was the cause of Catherine Schroeder's death on August 25th, 1991?
So based on the investigation conducted by our office, autopsy findings and ancillary test results, the cause of death was blunt force injuries of the head. If this is my case, I would add other significant conditions, healing creep fractures.
Why would you add that to your condition in a case like this?
Because it's an important finding. There is no explanation of these rib fractures, and it indicates that this child suffered previous injury.
You told us what your cause of death ruling
I would certify the manner of death as homicide.
When you certify something as homicide, what does that mean?
Homicide, it's in lay language, it's a death at the hands of another. In this case, based on investigation, there was no explanation how those injuries occurred.
In your review of this case and these injuries, do you see injuries like you found inside Catherine Schroeder or like what we found inside of Catherine Schroeder in accidental settings?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe those accidental settings where you would see these types of severe injuries?
So I've seen similar injuries in high-speed motor vehicle accidents. We actually, one of my colleagues had a case in the office where the child was in the car seat and was ejected from the car. It was also a high-speed motor vehicle accident, and the child was ejected from the car seat and ended on the ground. In my experience, I had a case of a child where this old type TV fell on the young child and caused head trauma.
You said an old type of TV, so it's not like
This was this, I'm sorry, it was this analog TV, but I'm old. This huge TV, but like I probably some of you at least remember those really like large, I think that they were called analog TVs, and this was this big TV that was on the dresser, and the child was trying to open the drawers and was trying to climb, and the TV fell on the child. And I know that one of my colleagues had another case that the microwave fell on the child. So in this type of scenarios, I've seen similar head injuries.
So high-speed motor vehicle crashes or crushing injuries in the mouth where the head is being compressed by different objects.
Yes,
One with significant weight, the other being the floor or the ground. Right?
yes.
Dr. Coleman, can you give the jury an idea of how many autopsies you've conducted in your career?
I don't have the exact number, but I did, I think, almost like 4,500 autopsies. I supervised over 1,000 autopsies.
So you yourself did around 4,500, and then in addition to that, you supervised 1,000?
Yes, and when I supervise, it's either pathology resident or forensic pathology fellow who performs the autopsy, and I'm usually present most of the time in the autopsy room when they perform the autopsy, when they write the autopsy report. I review the whole case and we sign it together.
If I haven't already, I'm going to exhibit number 7 in evidence.
Any objection? Exhibit 7 is received and marked.
I hope Bowtie Lawyer cross-examines her, because he doesn't need a microphone for anything.
And it was been marked as exhibit 42. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do. Those are eye exam notes, and actually when I did eye exams with Dr. Simons, we used the same diagrams.
So that's the eye diagram from this particular case that was conducted, and if you use that same document, you yourself conduct those examinations now.
With Dr. Simons.
Okay. The exhibit 42 in front of you, that relates to the examination of Catherine Schroeder, is that correct?
And that's correct. There is her name, Catherine Schroeder, and there is medical examiner case number.
Okay, that would have been one of the exhibits that you reviewed.
Yes.
Is that a juror's head? And her bun?
State exhibit 43, it's a neuropathology report. It says at the top central nervous system, and there's a gross description of findings and pathology diagnosis. This exam was conducted by Dr. Ho and Dr. Stormo.
Is that one of the records you would have reviewed and forming your opinions and conclusions in this particular case?
Yes, the only difference is that in our records, there is signature of Dr. Hall, and in this one, it's just like signed by Dr. Stormo.
So your official record has the signatures of both?
Yes.
Okay. I move 43 then.
Exhibit 43 is received and marked.
Dr. Tolmack, I want to go through some of the photographs with you, but I want to be very careful how we do that, because there are photographs from the autopsy graphics. But first, I want to warn people in the gallery, and secondarily, I want to say that we're not going to publish anything to anybody without warning in this particular case. But I want to give the jury the ability, when you're talking about them, I'm going to reference numbers so that they can write down the number of the photographs, so if they choose to look at it, they can do that, okay?
Okay.
Is that okay with everybody?
We buzz in Ms. Grasso, please.
Right, the first group of photographs I'm going to give you, I think, are from the police files. And before I start going through them, in this particular case, was there a record?
I don't believe we'll see these.
I would have to check the autopsy report. I don't recall.
We'll come back to that. The first photograph we're going to look at is State's Exhibit number 8, and these photographs actually have 4 pictures on it. What do you see in the on State's Exhibit 8 in the upper left corner?
Just a second.
Unless she accidentally shows it.
So all these photographs show an infant, and on the left upper corner, the infant is lying face up on the autopsy table. There is injury to the right side of the chin, it is close to the midline. This photograph also shows intravascular access on the left side of the anterior upper chest and Foley catheter. There is a identification band around the left ankle, and it looks like it's a contusion on the right ankle, on the right anterior ankle.
On the bottom left photograph on State's Exhibit number 8, can we see the contusion to the chin much more clearly?
Yes, on this lower left photograph, there's contusion. And I think that it's really hard to tell, but there is a definitely injury to the right side of the chin.
Okay, and this is the photographs of the body of Captain Schroeder before any of the internal examination is done, correct? This is her body that was received by the medical examiner.
And that's correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 9, and I just want to talk about 2 photographs on State's Exhibit number 9. Actually, only one. I want to talk about the upper left photograph. In the upper left photograph, is something being done in that photograph to examine the inside of Captain Schroeder's mouth?
Yes, so the upper lip is moved upward and away, and on this photograph you can see this tissue in the midline of the gums, and on the left side and below this tissue there is this linear red discoloration of the gum.
So that was that injury you were telling us, to the gums on the outside of the gums in between the upper lip, right?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 10. What do we see in these 4 photographs?
So those photographs were taken during the internal exam. On the left upper photograph, Catherine is on the block with her head tilted to the back, and there is injury on the right side of the chin. On the right upper photograph, which is also taken at autopsy, the body is open. There are incisions on the back, and the skin on the head is reflected. And you can see top of the skull with sutures. On the left lower photograph, you can see brain, and this photograph was taken after the skull was open, and The calvarium, which is top of the skull, was removed. The dura was removed as well, and there is hemorrhage, there's subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is seen on the surface of the brain, and then there is more accumulation of blood close to the midline, and then on the back on the left side. And then the photograph on the right lower side, it's taken from the side, from the right side. The body again is open, and it shows a skull after the scalp was reflected. The wrist anterior fontanelle. It's really hard to make any determination about sutures in the skull, if they are dilated or not. I cannot tell.
This is State Exhibit 11.
So this is there are 4 photographs that were also taken during internal exam of the skull, and the left upper photograph shows removal of calvarium with dura. There is subarachnoid hemorrhage, but it's more severe, like on this photograph, but it's more severe on the left side, and the surface of the brain is swollen. It looks like very friable, especially on the right side, and there is the same accumulation of the blood close to longitudinal fissura. Subarachnoid hemorrhage on the first photograph is more prominent over the convexity of the left cerebral hemisphere. On the right upper photograph, there is
Uh-oh.
subarachnoid
Lost the
hemorrhage
mic again.
overlying both cerebral hemispheres, with some accumulation of the blood in the sulci on both right and left side of the cerebral hemispheres. The left lower photograph, it's again
There we go.
taken during the removal of the calvarium, and again it shows subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage as I described before. The right lower photograph shows again removal of the calvarium, and on the left side of the photograph you can see skull that is lined by dura with fibrous tissue in the middle of the calvarium that is called fox cerebri, and there is blood on both sides of the fox cerebri. And then you can also see a brain still in the skull with subarachnoid hemorrhage overlying both cerebral hemispheres, and some accumulation of the blood in the sulci on both right and left side.
In your report, you reference a medical examiner case number that ties your review of this case to the records of Ronald Schroeder. Do we see that same medical examiner case number in these photographs?
Yes, there is a case number ME stating for medical examiner 91, which would be 1991, and then slash 1763, which is the case number.
And State Exhibit number 12, do we see the removal of the brain?
Yes, so these photographs, they actually show calvarium on this photo. It's a photograph. So those photographs were taken after the calvarium was removed and the brain was removed from the skull. And the photograph on the left, in the left upper corner, shows the brain. The photograph on the left, on the right upper corner shows base of the skull, and it shows hemorrhage a little bit of hemorrhage in the anterior cranial fossa, which is the front part of the base of the skull, more hemorrhage in the middle and posterior cranial fossa, and there is more severe hemorrhage in the left posterior cranial fossa. The photograph on in the left lower corner, it's a closer photograph of the other one, and then photograph on the right lower corner shows again base of the brain, and then calvarium lined by dura with subdural hemorrhage, and then brain on the side.
Exhibit 13.
And this photograph also shows a brain and the skull. The skull is, we can see calvarium with dura, subdural hemorrhage, base of the skull with subdural hemorrhage. It's on both upper photographs, and then the lower photographs. Left lower shows it shows again base of the skull and calvarium, inside of the calvarium with subdural hemorrhages. The right lower shows brain, and there is subarachnoid hemorrhage. And then on this photograph, there is this collection of blood that has this jelly blood that was weighed and is described as 6 grams of subdural hemorrhage.
Dr. Antoinette, when you refer to calvarium, what is that?
So calvarium is the top of the skull, top of the head, the top, yes, of the skull.
Findings exhibit 14, does exhibit 14 capture the removal of those fractured ribs?
Hello, George. I was trying to come up with something else because we were talking about vampires earlier. I cannot. I hope you're well. Yes, the camera guy is behind glass. George will remember the trial. I don't think you were here yet, but the trial that we did in Tennessee that Judge Wolf did, and that courtroom was separated like by glass, like almost like when you walk into a store type of glass. It's very weird. But yes, that's why we never get a good view of the defendant, because this cameraman is behind that divider. I thought it was plexiglass at first, but then we got a really good view of the courtroom, and it's just like that where we couldn't find the feminine product, George. Gabby, behave. Um, it's weird. I don't understand it. It's very, very strange because the reflections back are not good. Also, was it that cold in Wisconsin last week that that woman needed her hat that, with the puffball on it? Was it that cold? It's been cold here, but it hasn't been that cold. Oh, yeah, it definitely is not helping. But yes, we never get a good picture of these exhibits, which is fine because I don't want to see these pictures. And we never get a good picture of him because he's blurry. And I did see that his attorney has his bow tie on again. So this deputy over here, he is asleep, maybe. Don't blame him. Because even though she was describing some really horrible stuff that happened to this poor little baby, and it's really hard for me to sit and watch it and not think about my granddaughter, it's not, she's just so dry and like monotone. No, his lawyer is not James Owens. I kind of like his attorney, the man. I'm not so crazy about the woman because I think she's asked horrible questions that have only helped the state. But I do like the guy. I'd like to see him in another trial setting that is better than this courtroom. But we are almost to fast forward through break time. 2-minute warning.
Okay, so so upper photographs.
There we go.
right and left. The baby is lying face down on the autopsy table. There is an incision in the midline of the back,
No.
and the skin is reflected. And this photograph actually show those two photographs show a removal of the spinal cord. There is appears to be subarachnoid hemorrhage because the dura is open, and then on the photograph on the right side there is some collection of the blood at the end of spinal cord, and this part of the spinal cord is called cauda equina. The lower photographs show ribs, and those posterolateral fragments of ribs. The photograph on the left has an arrow pointing to the rib fracture that was seen grossly, and the photograph on the right uh, shows those removed ribs with, and I really have hard time telling which part of the ribs it's there.
I move to exhibit 8 through 14 in evidence.
Exhibits 8 through 14 are received in motion. Okay,
Doctor,
we do need to take a break at some point. Is this a good moment or?
It's an excellent moment. We need to take a break because the jury's asleep. Also, Gabby, are you here? Hello. Just a roll call. I don't know if she's still driving. Yes, you are. So, I don't have like a special thing, but just so everybody knows, Gabby's birthday is tomorrow. I will not be streaming because I don't stream on Thursday, but I want to wish her a very happy birthday. I think George got out of here before I could get to the moment of the break. Oh, he's still here. All hail birthday witches. She is a Halloween baby. That does not make her a witch. I'm glad you're still here. So I just want to wish her a very happy birthday from me and tell her how much I appreciate all the hard work that she does for this channel. She has been, I mean, Gabby and I did not know each other. She just popped up on my channel one day and had no idea that we were going to become such good friends. And I'm very thankful for her just to um, have her in my life in general. But I'm very thankful that she is an excellent mod who I know has my back at all times and will throw shoes at people if she needs to. But she works so hard every day, and I cannot thank her enough because saying thank you just doesn't, it's just not enough. And but I do want you to know, Gabby, I appreciate it. I see it all the time. It never goes unnoticed. Sometimes I just want you to take a break because I know you're constantly working, not just for my channel, but for all the other channels that you mod for. And so I hope they know how lucky they are to have you too. They can't have you. Like they can't steal you. I will come get you. And I will bring Crocs. I don't have any. I'll buy some because, yep, you are, yeah, you are just another extension of my life. Like I noticed yesterday, I'm like, I haven't talked to you all day. Where are you? I was kind of sad. And so you're just part of my world. And I mean, you guys are all part of my world. Really, you are. And I appreciate all of you being here. But I really had to just give a special shout out to Gabby for her birthday and just in general, just to let her know how much I do appreciate her. And she's the best. I don't know about that. Absolutely, George. Absolutely. 100%. I'm glad you found it too. And I'm glad that I could be a positive change in your life. Yeah, that that means the world to me. So, whatever you do for your birthday tomorrow, I hope you enjoy it. Go like I'd say go scare some children, but you won't cuz you love children too much. So, I know you won't do that. Maybe hand out some candy. We don't get trick or treaters where I live. We're too far. We're the scary house that sits back off the road. It's okay. It's okay. I haven't had to have a trick or treater at my house since like 1995. And I'm not sad about it. It's all right. I'll eat all the candy myself. That means I get to buy whatever kind of candy I want. Yes, I agree, George. And Kelly. Kelly, I was thinking about your boiling water, and I was so glad you found it because I didn't want that to boil dry and then don't you have fire? I was like, I don't hear the popcorn sound, but maybe just not hearing it. All right, we've got a while of this medical examiner. She's making me want to bang my head against the wall because, like I said, she's giving us a lot of information, horrible information. It is just so dry. I think we're supposed to get storms early, so maybe you're getting them what we're supposed to get early, and then you're getting them later. And then I don't know about you, Kelly, but we need the rain so bad. We carved pumpkins Saturday before everybody went to the haunted house. I stayed home with Madison. I don't do haunted houses. And my husband came home and he goes, I don't think our pumpkins are going to make it until Thursday. I was like, who cares? We've already carved them. We put candles in them, lit them up, took pictures. They were never meant for anybody but us. And they go in the woods and the raccoons can eat them. The skunks cannot. They are not invited. Raccoons, possums, deer can eat them. Yeah, it's super nice here too, but it is supposed to storm tomorrow. Well, Kelly, maybe it'll get in and get out and they can still have trick or treating. I remember trick or treating in the snow in Nebraska. You just put your winter coat on and had a good time with that really bad plastic 1980s mask that just sweat everywhere inside. Oh no, Big Chunky might be out haunting the woods, but he can't have any pumpkin because he's not allowed. I know, Flashman is a saint in many ways. There was like all the trunk or treat things were all this past weekend. There was a lot of them around here. I was shocked. Alrighty. Well, let's continue with her excitement. She'd be more exciting if she looked at the camera and said she wants to suck our blood. I can't even do it. I could do it if I wasn't in front of all you guys. Maybe. And it's kind of cool to have your birthday on Halloween. All the excuse for all the candy.
I have called again for help with the temperature. I can't make any promises, so see what happens. Hopefully by this afternoon, it will be better. But we are continuing now with Dr. Twomak's testimony.
Medical examiner.
Or hats are allowed and gloves too, if it comes to it.
Oh my gosh, is that okay?
I don't want to go through them in great detail. One that you identified that you
I take back what I said. They're wearing hats and coats because it's so cold in the courtroom. I take back what I said. Flashman, I could see you fighting that ghoul to his unaliving again over your candy. Aw, I'm so jealous of people that still have grandparents. I haven't had any. My husband and I lost all our grandparents in our 20s. Get happy. I'm just hitting play on that note. Hey, Dare. Oh my goodness.
So photograph number 15 shows base of a brain with subarachnoid hemorrhages, and it shows dura with subdural hemorrhage. Yes, dura is so actually on this photograph there is again base of the brain with subarachnoid hemorrhage. The brainstem and cerebellum is removed, and you can see in almost like in the middle of the brain hemorrhages in the brainstem, and then there is dura and cerebellum on the side.
Okay, let's switch the photos.
So in this photograph, it's red brown.
Although that was just a brain. I mean, it was her brain, but wasn't the.
Yeah.
Okay, lady.
Photograph 18 is very dark, but it shows subarachnoid and subdural hemorrhage. Photograph number 19 shows base of the brain, and in the center of the photograph there is a brainstem with hemorrhages, and they have this like red-brown color.
Why can she not flip them?
Photograph number 20, exhibit number 20 shows close-up of a brainstem with hemorrhages, also red-brown color. Photograph exhibit number 21 shows part of the brain that is called cerebellum with a brainstem attached, and this is superior, so upper part of the cerebellum with subarachnoid hemorrhage, and on the
Still
section of
around.
the brainstem there are hemorrhages. 23, it's again close picture of the brainstem with hemorrhages. Photograph 23 shows cerebral hemispheres, specifically convexities of the cerebral hemispheres with subarachnoid hemorrhage. Exhibit 26, it shows it's a coronal section of cerebral hemispheres, and on the left side there is this bleeding that I described at the junction at the white gray matter junction, and it has a dark brown color. Also on this photograph, there are those like dark red brown spots that are congested blood vessels, and on the right side of the photograph, there is an area of necrosis that has this like tan brown discoloration. And when you look at this photograph and compare this area of tan brown discoloration, it looks different compared to the surrounding area. And this is something that it's called necrosis, and that the tissue will be softer and almost like liquefied.
That's exhibit 26, right?
20, yes, this is 26.
And on 26, we're looking at a section of the brain. So it's been a section of the brain has been cut, and we're looking at the brain from that section, correct?
Yes, so the brain is like placed with these convexities at the top based on the cutting table, and then we do what is called coronal sections, so from front to back sections about 1 centimeter thick. And yes, and this is one of this, and sometimes they might be a little bit thicker depending how soft the brain is. But this is one of these coronal sections.
In exhibit 26, we can actually see that internal hemorrhaging brain that we talked about.
Yes, and necrosis.
Necrosis means what?
And when there is no blood supply, no oxygen, the tissue will die. So it will be just like dying tissue, or we call it in medical language infarct or necrosis.
Is that part of that secondary injury you were telling us about?
This would be most likely part of the secondary injury.
I'm just leaving that up there because then you can't, when she turns the pictures over, that covers the whole thing.
And exhibit 27.
And she held them higher.
Can I change order?
Absolutely. This was done by me, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. I give up.
Okay, so exhibit 41. This is again this coronal section of the brain, and on this one I am able to tell that it is at the level of hippocampus. On this section, I see infarct on the right side of the photograph. There is an infarct in the upper part of the brain that has like tan brown discoloration, and again the tissue looks different compared to surrounding tissue. This was the secondary type of injury, so it's called an infarct in a watershed area. So what it means is that the brain is supplied by like 3 major blood vessels on each side, and they are called anterior cerebral artery, so it's artery that supplies the front of the brain, middle cerebral artery, the mid part, and then posterior cerebral artery, which is posterior part of the brain. When there is not enough blood flow, the areas that are between the distribution of 2 cerebral arteries are very susceptible to infarct, and that's why we call them watershed infarct. So those are like areas that between 2 arteries. And on this exhibit 31, we can see a really good example of this watershed infarct between anterior and middle cerebral artery. There is also infarct on the left side of the photograph, which is not as prominent, it's visible, but it's not as prominent as the one on the right side. In addition, in this photograph, at the bottom part of the photograph, there are four areas that are red-brown, and those are also infarcts. So when I was talking
Gotta
about
be
the
going over
brain,
their head.
when the brain becomes more swollen, the skull is a closed compartment. So the blood vessels will be compressed, there will be not enough blood flow, and this will cause those infarcts in the brain. And those will be not only arteries that are compressed, but also veins. And on this section of the brain, there are hemorrhages that are in the part of the brain that is called thalamus, and they almost look like symmetrical. So my interpretation would be that those hemorrhages and infarcts were caused by compression of straight sinus, which is venous sinus, and that's why there was decreased blood flow and blood vessels ruptured and not enough blood supply, and there are hemorrhages. There are also hemorrhages above, like both hippocampi on this exhibit 31. And then I will go back to exhibit 27, which shows close picture of those hemorrhages in both thalami and about both hippocampi.
I just think she's being too technical with her testimony. I just think a lot of jurors are probably tuned out. That's how she understands it. That's not how we understand it. Bri probably understands it that way. But but I think it's just getting too, we're kind of getting into the weeds. You can say what was wrong, like she had a hemorrhage in her brain. They will understand that. We don't have to go into every little thing that was wrong. But yes, George, this is on a baby. I can't imagine. It makes me think of my granddaughter. I don't like it. Wouldn't like it even if I didn't have a granddaughter. I just wish she'd be more careful in how she's flipping those pictures.
Okay, I will start with 33. Um,
Exactly.
so with exhibit 33, the label exhibit and the photo label should be upside down to look at this photograph. Um,
She's telling me I did a good job.
oh, well, I can explain why the label is, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be showing it, why the label is this one. When I started working in medical examiner's office, Dr. Ho was still working at Medical College of Wisconsin. And anytime we had a brain for neuropathology exam, he was coming, and what was happening, it was a table. He was on one side dissecting the brain, and the pathologist was on the other side. So the pathologist was taking pictures, he was dissecting the brain. And that's why when you look at it, the brain slides were placed correctly for him to see, whereas we saw it upside down, and the label was toward us. So
It's a good excuse for him, a bad one for me.
no, it's just, I think, explanation, but photographs are good. So sorry for this interruption. So on exhibit 33, there are sections of the brain, and on the left side below the case number, there is a section of the frontal lobe with this hemorrhage, which looks on the photograph like a really brown, almost like fusiform area. And this is hemorrhage that is at the border of a gray-white matter junction. So this hemorrhage will be due to trauma. And then on the right side, on the other side of the cerebral hemisphere, there is this like tan area, which is consistent with an infarct. There are two sections of the brain, and one of them, the upper one, is the one that I.
Thank you, Gabby. You did not have to do that. Thank you very, very much. You guys are spoiling me today, but thank you. Yes. I'll hit next year. Will be on a Friday. Well, no, this year was on a Friday. I don't know, but I'll be well next year. I will just say that. So thank you very, very much. Yes, you go, Gabby. You guys have been completely awesome today. Thank you very, very much. Well, I can't wait for that to happen. I hope one day's like Friday. Oh my goodness, you guys. I would not poof. I might pass out. I'd be sick. I'd still be here. I could be here all the time then. I could I could give my husband so many projects to go do that he wants to do. I could YouTube 24 hours a day. You guys would get sick of me. I could be here so much. So yeah, get that $5 million.
Described on this previous photographs with watershed hemorrhage, watershed infarct, and then infarcts in both thalami. And then exhibit 32, again, the photo label and exhibit label are upside down. And there is a photograph of a coronal section of a frontal lobe
Baby.
with this hemorrhage that is consistent with cerebral contusion. Also on this photograph, if you take a closer look above this contusion, there is almost like a red line on the surface of the brain, and this line represents subarachnoid hemorrhage.
Real quick on exhibit 32, when you talk about the contusion that you can visualize on that, the contusion would be from trauma, is that correct?
Yeah, yes. Photograph, exhibit 34, it's a photograph of the ribs, but I cannot interpret it.
It's a hard photograph to even see, correct?
That's correct.
Good. Shut the folder.
14 through 34, part of the records that you reviewed with regards to this case.
Yes.
So the numbers are going to be 14 through 34?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection? So it's 14 through 34 are received and marked.
Next line, I want to show you exhibits 35 through 41. These relate to the eyes.
Yeah.
Okay. So state exhibit 35, those are photographs of the right eye. The reason I know that this is right eye, it's because on the label in the right lower corner, it says E, which means oculi dextri. It's from Latin right eye. And this photograph shows dissected eye with retinal hemorrhages.
I can do it.
And those retinal hemorrhages are present in the posterior as well as anterior retina.
Ugh. I have zero issues fast forwarding through this because she can't flip those pictures without us seeing them. So if you guys are good, I'm good because I don't want to get in trouble every time she flips a picture. We just saw the eyes. Thanks, lady. They were blue, in case anybody missed them. Probably just because they were. But you guys tell me. Because we got a while. Got another hour of her just on this video. And then well, it has walnuts. I can't, she's too technical for me. They're too much in the weeds for me. I want to see Cross too. So I don't think we get there. Oh, oh, is it her? I thought it was going to be bow tie guy. String cheese. Dang it. I thought it was going to be bow tie guy. Let me see if we're here. He didn't ask me to make any last Saturday. Oh, I do want to hear this.
We have to start with the history. In the middle of 70s, Dr. Caffey, I think it's Cafaey1, but I'm not sure if I pronounce it correctly, described what was called shaken baby syndrome. And the theory was that with some children, you don't see external injuries, you don't see bruises that were caused by the impact, but those injuries are caused by vigorous shaking of the infant.
Hey, Alicia, how are you doing? Don't worry, I just came back Monday. I have not been here. So I've missed. We are watching a trial that happened while Sarah Boone's trial was happening, but I wasn't able to stream. That what is a 30-year-old cold case that it came to trial on October 15th when it started, of a man who is charged with the death of his 7-week-old baby girl with what they called at the time shaken baby syndrome. She's giving the history. This is the medical examiner. I'm kind of fast forwarding through her a little bit because she's just super dry and very technical. But she's explaining why they don't use that term anymore, and I am curious about that. So you guys have to bear with me. I am still on restrictions. Yes, I am till November 12th. Then I go back for my recheck, and then I'll let you know. Might be able to make cheese then. I don't know. Okay.
Children are not little adults. They they
Oh,
are
I thought
very
that was
different.
over.
And one of the explanations was that there are certain symptoms and signs that will be described that explain severe internal injuries without external injuries. And one of the explanation is that the infant head is very heavy in comparison to the whole body. The infant child head is about 10-15% of total body weight, and in an adult is 2-3%. Also, the skull is thin, it's very pliable. The skin is more elastic, it has more water content. So with some injuries, we may not see any bruises, and there may be no skull fractures. In addition, the base of the skull is more smooth, it's flat, it's more smooth without ridges, which allows the brain to move inside the skull more freely. And in addition to it, the brain is also different, it contains more water, and then the cells in the brain, which are called neurons, they have these long processes that are called axons, and axons in children, they don't have this substance that is called myelin. It keeps developing,
Okay.
which makes those axons more vulnerable to injuries.
She's never getting to it, is she? I just want to know why they changed. That's all. Grief. She's got the dark eyes going. All right, please be on cross. Please be on cross. Please be on cross. I said it 3 times like Beetlejuice.
Of course.
I'm not sure who's been marked as exhibit number 44. Let me know when you've had an opportunity to do that.
I think we might be here. I think we might be on cross. Well, nobody can understand what she's saying. Definitely. Good heavens, people. She's not the others. I need to see her face, not hers. Thank you. That is much better than all the stuff that she was just saying to us. Non-accidental head injury. I did? Aw, well, tell whoever did it thank you for me, Flash fan. Please. Yay. I'll have to go over there.
Good morning, Dr. Twomack.
Good morning.
Do you have your report in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Of course.
On your report on page 1, you've listed the materials that you reviewed.
Yes, I did.
Is there anything else that you reviewed other than what's listed in your report?
No.
Okay, and this was dated April 14th of this year?
Yes.
And have you received any additional information since you authored this report?
Regarding this case?
Correct.
No, I did not.
Okay. And for clarification, you knew Dr. Stormo, correct?
Very briefly. Dr. Stormo retired in 2006, and I was hired when he retired. And then when Dr. Jensen retired in 2008, and another pathologist left, the county asked Dr. Stormo to return, and he was an interim medical examiner. I don't remember for how many months, but it was less than 6 months.
Okay. And he passed, correct, Dr. Stormo?
Yes, he did.
In 2014-ish, do you know?
No, I don't remember, but I know that he died.
During the time that you've worked at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, did you work on this case or have any information about it until you were approached by Mr. Torbenson to review it?
No, I wasn't aware about this case until DA Torbenson contacted me. It was after I was appointed interim chief medical examiner, so it was in the fall of 2022.
And so you did not discuss the case with your predecessor, Dr. Peterson?
No, I did not.
And did you make any new findings, or was there any additional information that came to your attention or that you discovered since the original autopsy?
No, I did not.
Before I forget, I want to ask you, I want to go back to these retinal hemorrhage photographs.
Oh,
Were these the two?
Again, no broadcast of these images.
thank you. That means you, lady on the stand. Don't flip them towards us.
So doctor, I'm going to put them side by side. One is the left eye, one is the right eye. Doctor, do you see these?
Yes, I do.
And each one is the left eye and one is the right eye, correct?
Yes, the right eye is on the top and the left eye is at the bottom of the screen.
So if I'm understanding it correctly, the one on the bottom is worse than the one on the top.
That's correct.
Do you know why?
Well, it's a very good question, and I don't know why.
Okay. And have you seen cases in your experience where patients would have retinal hemorrhages in one eye and none in the other eye?
Yes, I have seen this type of cases. I was also looking with Dr. Simons at the spectrum of cases, trying to establish if there is correlation between site of a subdural hemorrhage and retinal hemorrhages, and we didn't reach any conclusions, significant conclusions.
So no one knows why. And so in this case, we don't know why one eye is worse than the other.
I cannot explain one is worse than the other.
I thought you were going to say, bring my $5 million. 5 million viewers. Yes. I'll do that. You tell King Bob, we'll be right over.
So I'd like to start out by going through your report.
Okay.
So you testified you reviewed the medical examiner's investigation reports, and those were in the original file, correct?
Yes.
And can you just briefly explain to us what those reports are completed before the original pathologist starts the report, or what's the purpose of those reports?
So if you don't mind, I will start with explaining what happens when the case is reported to medical examiner's office. So anytime there is sudden, unexpected, unexplained, or violent death, based on Wisconsin statutes, this death has to be reported to medical examiner's office.
A little bit.
The office has medical legal death investigators who work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and they will answer the first call. So when the case is reported to us, we will assign the case number, which includes the year and then case number. And investigators will collect information from the caller, and then they will talk to law enforcement, they will talk to emergency medical services personnel, they will talk to the family. In the case of the family, it depends if the office takes jurisdiction and investigators go to the scene. If they go to the death scene, this is where they will interview the family and talk about circumstances of death and medical history. In the case where someone dies in the hospital, we in some cases don't do death scene investigation. In some cases we do, but in those cases they will contact the family by phone and talk with the family about circumstances of death.
That would be
When they collect all this
That's scary
information,
too.
they make preliminary assessment of the case and make a decision if the office takes jurisdiction or the office waives jurisdiction. When the office takes jurisdiction, they will go to the death scene, conduct all the interviews, collect information, and based on this information, the decision is made if the dead person has to be brought to the office for an autopsy, or the doctor can review medical records and sign the death certificates based on medical records. Anytime the case is brought for an autopsy, we complete an investigation, and those will include talking to the family, sometimes neighbors, sometimes friends, interviewing law enforcement who responded to the scene, interviewing emergency medical services personnel who attended to the scene. If someone is transported to the hospital, we will talk to doctors, or mostly doctors. And especially when we talk to medical personnel or law enforcement, we will request medical records or reports. So when we are talking about investigation report in this case, this procedure was followed. So the case was reported to our office, and investigator collected this information, and the information that was collected is included in the investigation report. So this investigation report consists of two parts. So the first page is demographic report, where we have demographic information regarding the decedent. And then the second part of the report, I think it was called different in the 90s. Right now we call it investigation report. Yes, it should contain this information. It should be like in demographic. Right now we have it in demographic report. Yes. I think that it was Children's Hospital, but I would have to look at the report. And I'm sorry, I didn't bring the report with me. Yes. So in our office, we had Milwaukee County Medical Examiner Office investigation report, autopsy. Yes. And autopsy report. That was written by Dr. Stormo. Neuropathology report that was written by Dr. Stormo and co-signed by Dr. Hall. Eye examination report signed by Dr. Simons. Histology slides, toxicology report, And I was also able to see in our file a Greenfield Police Department report and a Greenfield Fire Department paramedic report, and autopsy photographs. There were some medical records, but I think that those records, if I remember correctly,
All right, I cheated. I went over to Squid and said thank you to King Bob and told him I'd bring my 5 million viewers next time. And I would never, ever, ever, ever forget about all of you guys. How do you think I would? If I forgot about you guys, I wouldn't be there. I still haven't. I am not. But this woman was asked one question, right? Did I miss another one? Because it just seems like she is just going on and on and on and on. Oh, I was there. I have her still up, but I turned her down now because otherwise you guys would hear her. It would be a thing. Yes. So, hey, 5 million people that I don't know. You know. So, the next witness is Steve Kraft, and I don't know what he is, but I'm thinking we just go there because this woman likes to talk too much. I get in trouble for talking too much. I can't hold a candle to her. Yes, I'm getting there. There's just the K is the wrong letter. It needs to go down a few to the M. All right. Shall we move on? Because I can't. Oh, so you want me to stay with this? As- ugh. Can I move on? Can I? Isn't it true? They have no case. Okay, good. They have no case. Or they have no defense. I'm really just convinced of it. These injuries are horrible. And I don't know what their defense is. I don't know who Steve Kraft is. He's not on there for very long. Then the next witness after that is the Children Hospital of Wisconsin child advocacy social worker. She's on for like 10 minutes. And then um, there's this Carmen Petrie, and she's on for like 10 minutes. I can skip all of those and go to, grab my handy dandy notebook. I can skip all of those and go to the wife. The ex-wife, the first ex-wife, the mother of this baby that we are talking about. Which is probably going to be more interesting than all these people that did this 30 years ago and don't remember. So if you want me to do that, I will go gladly to there. Carmen Petrie does testify. I don't remember what she is. Christine is the wife, is the ex-wife, is the mom of the baby. Oh yeah, Carmen. Haha. Imagine. Well, she can, because I think she's had to. All right, we're going to the wife. I gotta look. So there was a doctor, I don't know who he was, that was on before her, and then they had a big sidebar, and then they make a big record of the sidebar about the doctor. I don't know. We're just going to the wife. I gotta find the wife. One's empty. Now they don't show the wife except for from the chest down, which is okay until we get to the second or the third one, because they don't show from the neck up. And she decided to wear a V-neck. So I can't help it where the camera's focused when we get to that one, if we get to that one today. In my defense, I didn't do it. I didn't dress her.
Take out Christine Schroeder to stand.
Oh, gross.
Christine Reuter, CHRISTINE REUTER.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ryder. We're going to start with Mr. Torbenson.
Morning.
You know a person by the name of Ronald Schroeder?
Yes,
How do you know that person?
I was married to him
How long were you married to Ronald Schroeder?
a little under 5 years.
You see him in court with him?
Yes,
You can point out and try to learn what that.
I can't.
So ordered.
Christine, can you tell me how you met with Ronald?
I went to a company picnic with a friend, and he worked at the same company at a different branch, so he was there. He was with a group of people, and I was with my friend, and
Sorry.
we kind of saw each other and looked at each other. We didn't really talk until when we were leaving, though. And he asked for my phone number.
Gave him your phone number?
Yes.
After you gave him your phone number, how did this move? You start to see each other?
He didn't call right away. But then when he did call, I don't recall what we did, but we got together.
Started hanging out together?
Yeah. Yes. I was very infatuated with him. I thought he was very handsome, and he was very sweet and kind. I enjoyed spending time with him.
What were some of the sweet kind things that you did?
Um, he gave me attention. He held my hand. I don't really remember a lot, but I just went out and he gave me his time.
Gave you time, and you remember him being sweet time to you?
Yes,
Do you remember about how old you were when you started seeing him?
I was 19.
19 years old.
I believe so, yes.
At some point, did you go away to college?
I did.
Where did you go to school?
UW Whitewater.
Who did you room with?
My sister.
Where did you stay with your sister?
We stayed in the dorm.
You're on your own. What was it like living with your sister?
It was a lot of fun. She had a great group of friends that I joined in with a lot and did things with.
She was a year older than you,
Yes,
so she kind of knew the college life already.
yes,
And did she kind of bring you into the college life with her?
she sure did.
When you went away and started attending good life
Mhm.
with your sister and you were staying in the dorm, what was your relationship with the defendant at that time?
We had just started dating, so it was, that young puppy love, and we did things together a lot. And I would go home on weekends, and we saw each other then.
You go home on weekends to spend time with the defendant?
Yes,
Were there times when the defendant would come and visit you at college?
yes.
Tell us about that.
He would come and he would stay in the dorm with me. We usually just hung out inside the dorm, talked and hung out together. We didn't really go and do a whole lot. We would go out to eat usually.
When the defendant would come and visit you at college, would it just be you and him, or would you go out with a group of people?
It would just be him and I.
Just you and him?
Mhm.
Why is that?
At the time, I thought it was because he really liked me and just wanted to spend time with me. So I just thought he just wanted it to be us so that we could be alone together.
This was early on in the relationship, then, understatement.
Yes,
So was it, tell me how, was it kind of that exciting time you want to spend all your time with the other person?
yes,
Did you finish that first year of college at Whitewater?
I did.
Did you go back for a second?
I did not.
Why not?
It was, sorry, it was mainly to be closer to him, and so we wouldn't be apart so much. He wanted me to be closer.
Was your relationship getting more intense during that first year that you were away to college?
Yes,
What were you doing in terms of spending time with him? That increase or decrease? What that look like during that first year of college?
I think it increased. He came up quite a bit, and when I was home on the weekends, I spent a lot of time with him when I wasn't working.
At some point, did it get to where you were spending almost every weekend with him, either at UW Whitewater or back home?
Pretty much, yes.
What did that do with your relationship with people at UW Whitewater?
I really only hung out with people in Whitewater when he wasn't around. During the week, he typically would, well, I don't remember when he would come, but I hung out with my friends when he wasn't there. But when he was there, I didn't spend time with them. But after a while, it got to be where I didn't spend as much time with my friends.
Tell us about the decision not to go back to UW Whitewater. Why did you come to that decision?
So I could be closer to him.
The defendant?
Yes.
Did the defendant want you to continue to go to Whitewater, or did he express his views on that at all?
He preferred if I were closer.
He also wanted you closer.
Yes.
When you left UW Whitewater, where did you go to live?
I went back and lived with my parents.
How long did you live with your parents for?
It wasn't real long, because I think it was shortly after the school session was started that next year that I left.
You left your parents?
Yes.
So maybe the summer?
I think it was, yeah, just at the end of summer.
When you stopped living with your parents at the end of that summer, following your first year of college, who did you move in with?
I actually moved in with a friend of mine. She lived with her mother, and I stayed in a room in her house.
How long did you live with that?
I don't recall exactly how long, but I think it was maybe a month or so.
A month or so?
Yes.
During this entire time, can you tell us about your relationship with the defendant during the time frame that you're home for summer and you go out with the defendant?
it just continued to grow, and we spent more and more time together. I was falling in love with him. I thought it was at the time, yes. I was falling in love with him.
Were there any signs at that point in the relationship that you look back on now and say that should have worked?
Oh, yes.
Tell us about those.
There was an instance when I came home from work, and I believe it was the 4th of July, and my family was going to go see the fireworks. And when I came home from work, they weren't home, and I was upset because I thought they had left without me, and they just hadn't gotten home yet. And he told me that they probably left without me, and so he was going to come and get me, and we were going to go do our own thing, and that's what we did.
At that point in time, you and he were not living together yet, right?
No,
So you were looking to spend some time with your parents, your family. You came home, they weren't home. And his statements to you were how you left without.
yes,
And how did you interpret that, or how did you feel?
it made me feel like my family didn't care about me.
Are there other statements like that that he made during that time frame that you remember?
There were many times he told me or pointed things out that said that they cared more for my siblings than they did for me.
That's something that you see.
Yes, on a regular basis.
When you leave Whitewater, you begin to work somewhere when you came home.
I was working at a grocery store. I had been even before I went to Whitewater, so I worked there mostly on weekends. I don't remember when I started working at JCPenney catalog sales. That's when you could order from catalogs. Ron and I both worked there.
So you and the defendant both worked at JCPenney together?
Correct.
That before you are living together?
Yes.
Were you working in the same area?
Yes, we did. We did catalog sales to start, and then they asked us to do work at a section of it where we tried to sell travel packages to JCPenney credit card holders.
So during this time frame, you left Whitewater, you come home, live with your parents for a little bit, then moved in with a friend for a month. You are working with the defendant, right?
Yes.
And you're also spending your spare time with the defendant?
Yes.
Who do you move in with the defendant?
It was a while. I don't remember the year we moved in together, and I kind of was homeless for a while. I moved from place to place. I stayed at some friends' houses. At one point in time, I stayed with Ron's mother because I didn't have anywhere to go. And I believe it was at the time I was living with his mother that we eventually got the apartment together.
Do you recall approximately the year or month that happened?
I don't recall.
Okay. This was the economy apartment?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
When you moved in with the defendant, tell us about your relationship at that time. What was it like?
Very controlling. I wasn't allowed to do a whole lot.
Say it was very controlling. Who was the person controlling you?
Ron was.
How did he control you?
If I didn't do something right, he would hit me or kick me or push me.
Where would he hit you?
The upper arm or the head or the leg, mostly. Sometimes in the abdomen area.
You described your situation as being homeless a little bit, moving from under time before moving in with the defendant's mother and investigating this apartment right on First Lake.
Yes,
How dependent were you on the defendant at this point in time?
completely.
Explain that to us.
I didn't have a very good job, and I didn't have any support system because I thought my whole family didn't like me. I thought I didn't have anywhere else to go. It was just him. That was it. I didn't have any friends anymore.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Either he told me I couldn't see them, or he would threaten them in some way. I didn't know he was threatening them at the time, but I do know that now.
He was telling you that you messed with us?
Yes.
How about that?
He would tell me that they're bad for me or they're not being nice to me. And I don't remember a lot of specifics on that, but I do remember that I pretty much lost all my friends.
When he would hit you were struggling, said it would be because you did something wrong. Tell us the types of things it would be for you said you did wrong.
It straight up sounds like somebody's opening one of those Velcro wallets. I don't know what he's doing. Quit it.
I don't remember a lot of what I did wrong. I remember the abuse. I could say something wrong that he didn't like, or if I wasn't on time to pick him up from somewhere. There was an instance where I was training for work down in Illinois, and at the end of my training, he was going to take I believe it was the bus or the train. I don't remember which one it was. And he missed the one he told me he was going to take. And I was waiting at the bus station for several hours. And this was before cell phones. And he, I didn't know he had taken a later one. And so I stayed for, it was a couple hours, and I was worried that if I left and I missed him, it would be bad. But I started to leave, and then I heard that there was another bus coming in. And by the time I got back, he was already out of the bus, and he was angry, very, very, very angry that I wasn't right there. And I had driven my car down there, and he got in the car and we were driving, and he was punching me in the head and the arm. And I had to make him pull over because I had to get out of the car. And I ended up throwing up on the side of the road.
He was punching you repeatedly while you were driving.
I wasn't driving, he was driving.
He said that had to talk.
Yeah.
Did the defendant do things to control your appearance?
Yeah, yes. He continually told me I was fat. He told me on several occasions that I don't ever want to look like my mom. She was overweight.
Referring to your mother?
My mother.
Can you tell us, Ray, what was your weight around this time when you were dating the defendant?
It fluctuated between about 85 pounds and 100 pounds.
8,500 pounds.
Yes.
Did you do other things to talk about your appearance?
He told me I was ugly.
How often would that happen? We talk about how you physically appear.
He mostly did that when he was angry, which was quite often. But it was on a regular basis.
He would talk about your physical appearance. He would strike you or hit you when you didn't do what you wanted. What other things?
Basically, my whole life just revolved around him. Everything we did was what he wanted. He yelled a lot. He screamed at me a lot.
What would be his reaction if you talked back? He yelled.
I tried not to talk back as much as possible, but he would just get worse. He would get a lot worse.
Did you have anyone to talk to about this at that time?
I didn't have anybody.
He physically abusive to you and a hard time for his fight.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
One of the instances that stands out the most I don't remember what triggered it, but he picked me up by my legs and I was kind of hanging upside down. And he dropped me down and I landed like on the back of my neck and I heard crack. It was extremely painful. I couldn't move my neck. My back hurt. It was excruciatingly painful for me to walk or anything. And I finally convinced him that I had to go see somebody. And we did go to a doctor, but I wasn't allowed to say what happened. I just had to say I fell. And yes, he went with me anywhere I went, usually. In the room with me. Yes. I believed I did. That instance, I don't recall whether we did or not.
But in the room while you were talking to the doctor, what did you feel you could tell the doctor about what really happened?
I didn't think I could tell the doctor anything. Because if I told him the truth when we got home, it would be bad. He would hurt me more.
Do you remember what this incident was covered?
I don't remember it. Most of the time it was just over silly stuff, like I might have said something wrong or looked at him the wrong way.
Did you have marks on your body from the physical abuse that Ron put on you?
Yes.
Where were those bruises?
On my arm, my legs. Sometimes he kicked me in the butt and then there'd be bruises there. My back.
Did you do anything to make sure no one saw these bruises?
Yes, I always wore clothes to cover it.
Why did you do that?
I didn't want anybody to know what was going on. I felt that it was my fault that it was happening. And if I told somebody and somehow it got back to Ron, it would make it a lot worse.
Did you feel like you had anywhere to go with it?
No,
Like you had a person to know?
no.
So you're in this apartment on a person like
Right. I kind of wonder if she didn't have to tell it in front of him, if she like could talk about it easier, but he's sitting there looking at her, that would be difficult because I've never been through anything like that, but I've been through my own stuff and it doesn't ever leave you. I don't know that I could tell if the person was sitting in front of me. I don't know that I could talk about what they did without, I don't know that I could talk about it, period, because I wouldn't want to be in the room. But I think it would probably be more distressing to talk to it with the person that did it sitting there staring at you. So she may be okay. I'm just wondering if she's okay in general, but he's sitting there. Just a thought.
Um, yes, eventually we both started working for the labor world. He got a job there as a salesman. And eventually the girl that was working in the office was leaving there and I took over her job at that time. So he worked there first for a little.
was this during the time frame that you were living in that apartment on First Lane?
Yes.
How long did you live in that apartment on First Lane?
Oh my, a couple of years. I don't remember exactly how long.
Tell us about another instance of domestic violence that you recall in that apartment.
Right now I can't think of anything.
me ask you this.
Mhm.
You said that you would punch and kick you described it one specific instance. Is it hard to remember a specific instance because it happens so often?
Yes,
Does it run together somewhat?
they do run together.
Maybe.
The ones that were the worst are the ones that stand out the most.
We want another good example.
There was one time we were in the car, and he was again driving, and I don't remember what happened. And I remember it was my upper thigh. I was the passenger, and he kept repeatedly punching it in the exact same spot. And it hurt. After like the third punch, it hurt so bad. I couldn't take it anymore. So I actually opened up the car door to jump out. And we weren't going very fast, but I got out and I started running, and he just drove away. And then I took the bus home.
Nice fella.
Were you financially dependent on it?
I would say I wouldn't have been able to live on my own, I don't think. But I was making my own money at the time at Labor World.
Was your money your money?
No, we just pulled the money together.
Pulled it all together?
Mhm.
Were you able to control your money to get access to the money?
Yes, I did. I did have access to money, but we didn't have very much money at all. There were times that we didn't have really anything to eat. We didn't have a lot. And so there wasn't any money to do anything other than live, pay the bills.
When you were in this relationship with the defendant, did he give you things to make sure you keep track?
Yes,
Tell us about that.
it started with a pager. And when he would page me, I would have to call right away.
When were you given this paper?
Oh, I really can't remember when that was.
The paper came from the defendant,
Yes.
and what was an explanation given by the defendant who gave this paper of what he was?
He said he gave it to me because he wanted to make sure I always had a way to get a hold of him, or he could always get a hold of me if we needed to get well, I suppose I wouldn't be able to get a hold of him on the pager, but it was just so he could get a hold of me whenever he needed to.
Was that how it was used in reality?
Yes. Especially if he called and left 911 on the pager, then it was very much an emergency.
What did that mean, 911 on the paper?
Call right away.
All right, right? What other types of things were you sending on the paper?
Usually it was just the telephone number to call him at.
How often do you recall this paper going off from the defendant on an average day?
I don't know, maybe 2 to 3 times.
Would this be
That's
during
very
the
impressive,
time
Bri.
when you were not with the office, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that most days you were with him,
Yes.
you were working with him,
Yes.
you were living with him?
Yes.
So during the time frame that you were not with him, you lost 50 times.
Yes.
You said that 911 was a page that required you to respond immediately versus other pages. How did you learn that?
Well, if you don't call back, if I didn't call back right away, he'd be very angry. It usually would end up in a fight,
Verbal fight?
verbal, physical.
Were you ever given other objects other than a pager to make sure that you recorded it?
Yes. I had a cell phone very early on when cell phones just came out.
I could show you the big box.
It wasn't, it was more like the flip thing.
First flip
Yeah,
box.
yeah.
Correct. When you received that phone, what was that like?
Well, at first I thought it was really cool that I could walk through the store and talk on the phone at the same time. But it got to be, it was like my second hand. It was something I had to always answer.
Not many people had cell phones, right?
Oh, no, no,
So this was kind of like a luxury item.
it was, yes,
Almost like a status item.
yes,
But you said excited to have it and
Yeah.
show it off.
yes.
When you said expectations mean if you didn't answer, you didn't tell us about that.
He would say that I was cheating on him, or I was somewhere I shouldn't be. I was with somebody I shouldn't be with.
How often were you accused of cheating on him if you didn't answer immediately?
All the time. I think so, yes. It, not the way it is today. I think it only kept a certain amount of numbers. I don't remember completely though.
You recall the defendant ever wanting to look at it? See who you're calling or these people?
Oh, it was his phone. And
That is his phone.
well, if I was, he could use it anytime. He could look at it anytime.
So when you got home, you say it's his phone.
Mhm.
I think it's like my phone. It's on all the time. I go home, it's on me. I go to work, it's on
Mhm.
me. Do you have to leave your phone when you went home?
No, I don't recall that.
You described it as his phone. But you can take it away from you if you want.
Oh, sure, yes.
During this time frame at that apartment on First and Lincoln, give us an idea of how often he became physically abusive to you.
I would say it was every couple of weeks at a minimum.
Every couple weeks at a minimum.
Mhm.
What about verbally abusive?
All the time. It was constant. Anything that would set him off. If he had a bad day at work, he took it out on me.
You gave us some idea of what he would say, that you were ugly, that you were fat, that you were cheating on him. What other things do you remember him saying to you? Verbally great.
It could be just about anything. Um, at the top of my head, I can't think of things right now. I'm sorry.
You know, names.
Oh, yes.
He would swear at you.
Yes.
At some point, you moved into the apartment at 9070 West Waukesha Square, is that right?
Yes.
Tell us about that apartment.
I was really excited because we finally had a 1 bedroom and we had more space and it was a lot nicer.
That apartment was in the city of Greenville, County Waukesha.
Yes.
Where was the apartment located in the building?
It was in the center of a row of apartments, but it was right off of a side street. So there was not another apartment building across from us, but there was behind us.
Do you remember how many units were inside that apartment building?
I don't recall. There were quite a few.
Did you have upper or lower?
We had an upper unit.
When you moved into the apartment at 9070 Waterford Square, where were you working at that time? Were you still at?
I don't remember.
You and the defendant worked at Labor World for quite some time, that's fair statement.
That is a fair statement.
Were you at Labor World when you were pregnant?
I was working at Labor World when we moved into that apartment. I remember now that I remember driving from there to Labor World.
Do you remember being pregnant and working at Labor World? Let me ask you this. Do you remember after birth taking Kate to Labor World?
Yes, 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 I did.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Mhm.
So once you move into this apartment on at 9070 Waterford, did the violence continue?
Oh, yes, definitely. It was always there.
Do you recall any specific instances at this apartment building before the birth of Kate?
Yes.
Tell us
One
about that.
one that stands out to me. I don't remember what the argument was about again. His mother was there with us, and he was very angry at me, and he pushed me down on the couch and sat on me. I was quite pregnant at the time. I remember his mother yelling out, "Ronnie, Ronnie, stop, you're gonna kill the baby."
His mother's present.
Yes,
He pushes you down.
yes,
He sits on top of your pregnant belly, right?
yes,
His own mother is yelling at him.
yes.
What is he like? What's he saying?
He was so angry. He was yelling. I don't remember what he was saying, and I don't remember what the argument was about. But at one point in time, he just left. And then after he left, I had a conversation with his mom. I had called my family that night also, asking them to come and get me.
Tell us about making that phone call to your family.
I don't have a big recollection of it. I do remember just saying that he needed help. I needed to get away. He was going to hurt me.
Christine, when you make that phone call to your family, when you're pregnant and this happened, what was the
He didn't really have a relationship with them. It was very strained anytime I did see them.
I was just right.
Because he didn't want me to spend time with them. He wouldn't.
What does it tell you that on that evening, in the context of a strained relationship with your family, you placed that phone call? What does that tell you?
I was really scared. I thought he was going to kill me.
Did you place a second phone call?
I did.
Why did you place that second?
After he left, I sat down and was talking with his mother. And she told me that I should call them back because if I didn't want them to come. And she told me that he loved me and that we should.
Right, the state brought this in during their openings, so I assume it's allowed. Obviously, it's allowed because they wouldn't be talking about it. But yeah, they brought it in about his abuse towards her, and the next woman. I'm not sure about the third woman in openings, so I agree with you. I didn't think about it until you just said it, but generally that's not allowed. But I guess that's what this case is about. So they're like, here it is. That is a believable story, Flash fan. I wouldn't believe that with just anybody, but I believe it when you tell me that Batman lost all his money because food. He was buying food.
Work it out. That's what I did. She stayed with us a lot. She was at our house quite often. So it would be days at a time that she would stay at our house. I don't remember how many days she stayed at that point, but she stayed a lot. I didn't like her being there. She scared me. From what I knew of her, she was not a nice person. And yes. And she could be really nice at one point and be screaming and yelling the next point. She told me that night that her husband used to abuse her. And
About another time that this defendant abused you in an apartment.
I can't remember a specific time. There was just a lot of yelling constantly. And
You say yelling. That can be both of you yelling, that can be one person yelling. Help me understand what it means. You say there's constant yells, a lot of yelling.
he yelled at me a lot if I did or said something wrong in his eyes. Yes, I sometimes did yell back. I tried to fight back sometimes.
Was there ever consequences when you do that?
Absolutely.
What were those consequences?
I would usually get hit or beat up. I was always afraid to do or say things.
Were you and the defendant married when you became pregnant?
I was pregnant when we got married.
You were pregnant when you got married?
Yes.
So you were already expecting at the time that you got married?
Yes.
How far along were you when you got married?
We got married in May. So I was like 6 months pregnant.
May of 1991?
Yes.
Tell me about being pregnant.
It was great. I loved being pregnant. Just feeling her kick and grow inside me, and I was happy about that. I was excited to be a mom. It was wonderful. She was beautiful.
Too.
She was perfect.
I was saying, as I was muted, I don't know what happened there. She's talking about how much she loves being a mom, and it's just like the camera guy's like, I don't care. Cuts out for 4 minutes for no reason at all. Sorry, I was muted that whole entire time. I haven't done that in a while, so we were due.
She has dark, dark eyes and lots of dark hair, just like me. And she was tiny, but she was so beautiful.
Where's that?
It's my daughter
When was this picture taken?
at the hospital.
At the hospital?
Yes.
Okay.
Exhibit 57 is received and marked.
Is this the first photo that was taken of Katie at the hospital?
Yes.
After her birth?
Yes.
How long did Katie stay in the hospital for?
I believe it was about 6 days.
Did you stay with her or no?
No, I was at the hospital a couple of days because they had to get my blood pressure under control. But then they just discharged me, so I had to go home. I couldn't stay.
Do you remember the reason why Katie was kept in the hospital for those extra few days?
It was her feeding issues. They told me her lungs were good, but were pretty good, but she was having some feeding issues and growth issues, I believe.
At some point, did you get to bring Katie home?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
It was pretty early that morning and the phone rang and I was in bed. Ron and I were both in bed and I got up and I went and answered the phone and I was so excited. I said, we get to go get her now. We get to bring her home.
Did you go together?
Yes,
And did you bring her home?
we sure did.
Did you have a car seat?
Yes.
Exhibit 59, please see here.
That's a picture of me in front of our apartment holding Katie.
You can see the address, 9070.
Yes,
Was this taken the day you came home or shortly thereafter?
that was the day we came home.
Was the day you came home from the hospital with Katie?
Yes.
I moved 59 items. Okay.
Exhibit, is that 59? 59 is received and marked.
How did Ron treat you? How did the defendant treat you after you came home with Katie?
Things were good for a little while.
Tell us about that. Tell us about the good parts that you remember when Katie
I
came
mean, we
home.
were new parents trying to navigate a premature baby. I wanted to be with her all the time. So pretty much everything we did with her. There were a few occasions where we went out, but we spent our time with her.
Before, when we were talking about Labor World, you remembered that you were there after Katie was born. Why did you remember still working for Labor World after Katie was born?
I brought her to work with me. We didn't have enough money for childcare. And the manager there said it would be fine if we brought her as long as she didn't. I mean, it wasn't like there was a lot of people in the office. It was just the three of us, the manager, Ron, and myself.
So after you bring Katie home, you're still working at Labor World, the defendant's still working at Labor World, and
Yes.
when you and he are not at home, when you are both at work, Katie's also at work with you.
Yes,
So she's with you almost all the time,
almost all the time.
and
Yes.
she's with the defendant almost all the time.
Yes.
I want to talk about July 22nd of 1991. Actually, let's talk about the evening before. July 22nd is the day that she's taken in and the bruising you just suffered, okay? What do you remember about that, the day before that, on July 21st of 1991?
We both worked, and then we went to Mexican Fest, and Ron's mother came with us.
Delphine, the defendant's mother, came with you to Mexican Fiesta?
Fest. Yes.
And did you, all three of you go, all four of you with Katie, go into Mexican Fiesta?
Yes, we did.
Tell us about that. What did you do?
I think we weren't there very long. We had dinner there and walked around a little bit.
Do you remember going on a ride at all?
That wasn't at Mexican Fest.
Okay. So you were at that fest, the four of you, And tell me about going home afterwards, or what did you do afterwards?
I'm sorry, the days kind of run together, so I'm not sure if we just went straight home after that. I know Delphine came home with us.
Okay. Did she have dogs?
Yes,
Describe those dogs.
they were teacup poodles, so they're very tiny.
I have no idea what that means when you say a teacup poodle.
Um,
So
they were-
describe it.
They were super small, like I'm gonna say between 5 and 7 pounds. They're very small dogs.
Did the dog stay with you often?
If Delphine did, yes,
So if she was there, the dogs were there.
yes,
Okay. Did Delphine stay that evening?
yes, she did.
When you and the defendant were living at that apartment 9070 Waterford, did you have a crib for Katie?
We had a bassinet for her.
Where was the bassinet?
It was in our living room.
Is it in your living room?
Yes.
Describe the bassinet for the jury so they understand what it looked like.
It's an oval shaped bed for the baby. It's raised so you don't have to bend over too far to put them in or take them out. But it's much smaller than a crib. It's not like a normal baby would take up most of the bassinet, a normal size baby, not a preemie.
Can you approximate for all of us the height off the ground that this bassinet was?
I want to say it was up to about my waist, so I don't know. I'm not very good at judging that height.
That's okay. Let me ask it this way. Is there any way these teacup poodles could access the bassinet and get inside of it if Katie was inside of it?
No.
There's just maybe I don't know if there's a good place to break for the morning.
Okay, all right.
She's not done yet. Don't worry. We'll go on to the next. I feel bad for her having to relive this because I imagine losing a child is hard enough. Losing it in that kind of a way that was completely preventable, even worse. Yeah, absolutely. I have her sped up. I was thinking maybe it turned off, but no, I just checked. It's still there. If the lawyer wasn't speaking so fast, I'd turn it up even more. But we wouldn't be able to understand him at all because I think she could go on 1.5 speed, but then he'd sound like a chipmunk, and we don't need that. Flash fan. Why do you want to scare people? You can steal their candy? You're too nice. I know you wouldn't.
Welcome back after lunch, everyone. Thanks for being on time again. We are back on the record with the state's latest witness, Ms. Schroeder, Mr. Torbenson.
Christine, when we started talking about the daughter, just something I should ask, how do you prefer to refer to her?
I don't really have a preference. Absolutely.
It is more fun to scare people than to be scared by people.
Yes.
And you told us that you were with Delphine,
Yes.
the defendant,
Yes.
Delphine's two dogs, and me.
Yes.
And after you were out at the music festival,
Yes.
what happened next? Where did you go?
We went home.
Did Delphine and her two dogs come to your residence with you?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived home, what happened?
Sorry. believe Ron fed Katie.
Sorry, I'm asking you to hold the mic a little closer and please try to speak up a bit. Thank you. Go ahead.
I believe Ron fed Katie. I don't remember how late we stayed up or anything. But Delphine slept on the couch.
Helping you slept on the couch.
Yes,
Now, before we go for lunch, you told us that you had a bassinet, and the bassinet was in the living room, right?
yes.
When Delphine would sleep over at your house, what would happen to Katie and where would Katie sleep?
She would sleep in the bassinet.
She would sleep in the bassinet?
Yes,
Out in the living room?
yes.
Okay.
See you, Bri. Thank you again so much for the super chat. It was great to see you again. Hopefully, work is not crazy for you and you have a good night. And we will hopefully see you Friday. But yep, to have a good, easy, non day before Halloween night. And maybe you don't have to work tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. I can't imagine working in a hospital on Halloween. Nope, no thanks.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 61. Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, it's a diagram I drew of the way our apartment was set up.
That's the layout of your apartment?
Correct.
And you drew that?
I did.
Okay. Did you also sign that document?
I did.
You did?
I did.
What is the date of that?
January 14th, 1999.
January 14th of 1999?
Mhm.
Is it fair to say that you've been interviewed a number of times over the years regarding this case? Katie?
Yes,
In January 14th of 1999, were you meeting with a detective, Mike Mendola?
yes,
And he was with the Department of Criminal Investigations of the state?
yes,
Okay. And you, I believe you know, but maybe you don't, he's since passed away?
yes,
Okay. So you prepared this diagram with Detective Mike Mendola?
I did.
I move 61 to evidence. No objection.
Exhibit 61 is received and marked.
Christine, can you see 61 on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the layout of your apartment?
Yes,
This would be the living room,
yes,
and you have the bassinet in the corner here,
yes,
and next to it is a changing table.
that's correct.
Then there's a couch and a chair. What kind of chair is this right
It
here?
was a recliner.
There's a reclining chair.
Yes,
Then over here's a table. What kind of table was that?
it was a little kitchen table.
Little kitchen table. Were there chairs around this table as well?
Yes,
How many chairs could fit around that table?
I believe 4.
And then right here it says entertainment center.
Yes,
Next to the living room, if we head north in the apartment is the kitchen,
yes,
and also you could go from the living room to the kitchen or the bathroom. Is that correct?
yes,
And then finally you could also go to the bedroom,
yes,
all from the living room.
yes.
Where would you enter the apartment? Where was the door that you would enter?
So the lines down below by the entertainment center, those were stairs that went up, and right on that, by that wall between the living room and the porch is where the entryway was into the apartment.
Am I pointing to the correct area?
Yes,
Right, so bottom middle of where the stairs end, that's where the door would be.
yes,
to get in.
yes,
Okay. So when Delphine spent the night, she would sleep on the couch right here in the living room.
yes,
Katie would stay in the bathroom,
yes,
and then you and Ron would stay in the bedroom.
yes.
When you spoke to skaters, or when both you and Ron went to the hospital on July 22nd, you said that either you or Ron were the person that attended to Katie that evening.
Correct.
Tell us how that worked with Delphine in the living room.
We would just get up and feed her and change her as necessary,
Okay.
just like we normally did.
Where would Delphine's dogs stay when they stayed over?
They would be in the living room with her.
In the living room with her?
Yes,
So your recollection is that Ron, the defendant, fed Katie that evening when you got home. What happens after that meeting?
I think we just went to bed.
After you went to bed, anything remarkable that evening about Katie or her love meeting or help that you recall?
I think she was fussy, but I don't recall. I'm sorry. I'm
Nothing
sorry.
specific sticks out in your mind.
No, I don't recall.
The next morning, do you recall waking up and who fed Katie first?
Ron fed Katie.
The defendant fed Katie.
I think it was around 8 or 8:30.
Okay. you do anything with Katie that morning before the defendant met Katie?
I may have done one of the overnight feedings,
Do you-
but I don't recall.
Around this time frame, do you know how many feedings Katie was taking during the evening?
I think she was eating maybe every 3 or 4 hours.
3 or 4 hours, you're getting a couple hours of sleep and then someone would be up with her.
Yes.
Okay. So Ron, the defendant gets this 8 o'clock feeding. What happens, if anything, that you recall during that 8 o'clock feeding? Well, let me ask you this first, I apologize. Where were you during that 8 o'clock feeding?
I believe I was in the bedroom, but I don't completely remember that.
Okay, so you're not sure where you were.
No.
When you or the defendant would get up to give Katie these feedings in the middle of the night, where would you give those feedings? Would it be in the bedroom? Would it be in the living room? Would it be somewhere else?
Typically in the living room.
Typically in the living room?
Yes.
Okay. So the defendant is the person that gets the 8 o'clock feeding, and you were where? If you remember.
I don't remember.
Okay. At some point, are you alerted to something happening with Katie?
I noticed she was struggling with, after the feeding, she was struggling with the breathing and choking a little, which I was very concerned about.
How were you alerted to that?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if she was in your arms or your care when that happened?
Probably.
She's probably in your arms.
Probably,
Your care when that
yes.
happened? Okay. And do you remember where the defendant was?
No.
Okay. So she starts having this episode where, tell the jury what she's doing that you do remember.
Spitting up a little bit, and it kind of almost was like gurgling or choking. Like I could tell the formula wasn't quite going all the way down, or that's what I felt like it wasn't doing.
What did you do in response to this?
I believe that we used the bulb syringe to try and take anything out of her mouth or nose that was there.
You said we. Who's we?
Ron typically did that because I wasn't comfortable with it. I felt like I wasn't doing it right.
Okay. So was this something that happened in the past that you used this bulb suction?
A couple of times, yes.
And you said this was something you were not comfortable with. So this was something that you asked the defendant to do?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that on this specific day on July 22nd?
Yes.
Where did that happen in the residence?
In the bedroom.
In the bedroom?
Yes. He took Katie into the bedroom.
So both of you take Katie into the bedroom and the defendant has this bulb suction. Are you staying in the bedroom and watching the entire time frame?
Not the entire time.
Tell me when you are in there, what you're observing. You can see.
He was holding Katie with one arm. She was very tiny, and had her head cradled in his hand and was holding her kind of like this and using the bulb syringe on her mouth and nose.
Records reflect that the witness has her left arm extended out as though the head would be in the palm of her left hand and then using the bulb syringe going down towards the hand where the head would be. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
So ordered.
So you observe the defendant suctioning out her mouth like this when you're in the room. Is that right?
Yes.
What's Katie doing during that?
She was fussy.
She was fussing.
Yes.
Did it appear to be working?
No.
Tell us about that. What did you see that told you it was not working? The suctioning was not working.
I didn't feel like she was, I was very worried. I didn't feel like she was getting enough air in, and that something was blocking it.
When this is happening, what's Katie wearing?
Typically we just had regular baby clothes on her. She always wore a onesie and then whatever shirt and or pants or a dress on top.
Do you have any memory of what she was wearing on this specific occasion?
She was fully clothed at that time.
She was fully clothed at
Yes.
this point in time in the bedroom when this is happening.
Yes.
Not dressed that way.
Ron did after he changed her.
So he would have changed her out of her onesie, changed her diaper, and put clothing on for the day.
Yes.
Okay. So she's fully dressed, and there's the bulb suctioning that's taking place, and you feel as though it's not working.
Right.
What do you recall happening next?
I called the doctor,
You called Dr. Who? Which doctor?
Dr. Louds.
And what did you do?
I expressed my concern to him, and he told me to try and keep her calm and that she would probably be okay, that sometimes babies spit up and things like that, and it should be okay.
Do you recall actually talking to Dr. Louds himself?
I don't remember if I talked to him or if I talked to someone that answered the phone.
Okay, someone at that clinic you talked to,
Yes,
at Forest View Pediatrics.
correct.
And they told you, I'm sorry, can you repeat one more time what they said?
To try and calm her down so that she could breathe easier. And that sometimes babies do spit up and that should be okay.
Did that work?
I didn't think it did.
Tell us what you observed when you went back or when you went into the room to try and with Ron calm the baby down.
I know I was very upset and worried about her. I don't remember what I may have said or done. I may have tried to take her. I don't remember, to be honest with you, but I didn't feel it was working. So I wanted to, he was continuing to try and clear out her airways. But I ended up calling the doctor back.
Okay. You said he was continuing feeding the defendant to clear out her airways. Was he doing it the same way with the bulb suction?
Yes,
Did you ever observe the defendant position Katie in a different way in order to clear her obstruction of her airway?
I did not observe any other position, no.
Okay. We've heard a little testimony about a belt buckle. Did the defendant own a large belt buckle?
He did own a large belt buckle, yes.
Was it something that he wore?
No.
Did he ever wear it?
I never saw him wearing it.
Was this something that he more held on to as a keepsake than wore?
I believe it was something he made in school. So,
Something he made in school?
yes, so it was a keepsake for him in one of his classes.
Do you recall what the defendant was wearing this morning?
No.
That should be better than my question.
No, I don't recall what he was wearing.
Okay. So you're not sure at some point you took Katie away from the defendant, but you were very worried during this situation.
Yes.
Okay. What were you seeing with your eyes related to Katie that had you so worried?
She was extremely fussy and I felt like she was gasping for air.
How long did this continue?
It felt like a very long time, but I don't know exactly how long it was.
Hard situation when it's going on.
Yeah, I remember being very, very worried.
Okay. Felt helpless?
Pardon me?
Did you feel helpless?
Yes.
There was a second phone call you were telling us about to the pediatrics office.
Mhm.
Tell us about that.
I wanted to bring her in. I wanted to take her to the doctor. So I called back and they agreed to let me bring her in.
Okay. You take Katie into Forest View Pediatrics. What do you remember about that appointment?
Well, before the appointment, I changed her diaper.
Did you see anything when you changed your diaper?
I did.
What did you see?
I noticed bruising on her abdomen.
What did the bruising look like?
There were several little tiny bruises, it looked like, or not, maybe not tiny, I don't remember how big they were, but there were several of them. And it appeared that there was irritation to the skin.
When you saw those bruises on Katie's abdomen, what did you do?
I got very angry and upset. And I turned around, I was at the changing table and I turned around and I said, where did these bruises come from?
What did you say that to?
To Ron and Delphine.
What was their reaction?
They said they didn't know.
What did you do?
I finished changing her diaper and took her to the doctor.
Yeah, you heard Dr. Louth testify this morning, right?
I did, yes.
Dr. Louth said that this was a unscheduled or unannounced visit to the pediatrics office. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. So you showed up with Katie. Did the defendant go with you as well?
yes,
When you go in and you meet, you actually meet with Dr. Louth.
yes.
Did you talk to Dr. Louth about the bruising when you went in and met with him?
When they took off Katie's clothes, he noticed the bruising and he asked us about it.
Okay. When you went in to the visit with Dr. Louth, you did not tell him about the bruising, did you?
No,
Did the defendant tell Dr. Louth about the bruising?
no,
Tell the jury why you didn't tell Dr. Louth about that bruising.
because I was afraid
What were you afraid of?
that I was afraid he would get angry.
Who's he?
Ron,
What explanation was given to Dr. Louth when Katie was seen on July 22nd, 1991?
I don't remember if at the visit, I'm sorry. I don't remember if at the visit we gave an explanation. I just remember him, Dr. Lautz, saying that we needed to take Katie to Children's Hospital.
Tell us about taking Katie to Children's Hospital. Who was in the car when you took Katie to Children's Hospital?
Ron and Katie and myself.
Three of you.
Yes,
At this point in time, did Dr. Lautz express his concern to you and to the defendant about the bruising on Katie's abdomen?
yes,
And you know you're going to Children's Hospital to have Katie further evaluated regarding that bruising, right?
yes.
Tell me about that car ride with the defendant and what, if anything, is said regarding the bruising on her abdomen when you know you're going to Children's Hospital to have the child evaluated.
He told me to tell them that Delphine's dogs jumped on her.
He said that, the defendant?
Ron did, yes.
You were at the house the evening of July 21st, 1991, with the defendant, with Delphine, with the dogs. Did you believe that was a possibility as to how those bruises were caused?
I didn't think that that's what happened.
Did it concern you that the defendant was instructing you to tell this to the medical staff at Children's Hospital, Wisconsin?
Yes,
When you go to Children's Hospital, Wisconsin, what do you do?
I remember I was very upset and it was scary to me because they immediately took her and they started taking pictures and it seemed like it was very chaotic and I knew something was worse than what I thought. But I was scared.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You told us this morning a lot about the defendant's behavior towards you. His verbal abuse, his physical abuse towards you. When you went to Children's Hospital with the defendant, who did the talking to the medical professional? You or the defendant?
Most of the time, Ron did.
What about when you went to Dr. Lautz's office? Who did the talking? You or the defendant?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you, on the ride to Children's Hospital, he instructed you to say that it was the dogs, and you recall at Children's Hospital it was the defendant that did the talking.
Yes.
Tell us what else you remember transpiring or happening at Children's Hospital on July 22nd, 1991.
I remember sitting in her room waiting for results. I know we were interviewed together. I stayed with her the whole time. Most of the time, Ron was not there.
When you said you were interviewed together, was that you and the defendant?
Correct.
So we heard from Liz Velarde yesterday, and she provided an interview. Was that done with both of you together?
Yes,
Who provided the information during that interview?
Ron did.
The defendant.
Yes.
At some point while Katie is hospitalized, from July 22nd to July 24th, does the defendant leave?
Yes.
What's he going to do?
I'm not sure. I know I believe he went to work out and sunbathe. We had a pool at the apartment complex and he spent a lot of time sunbathing out there. And
So your recollection is that you went to work out and then go Sunday.
yes,
What did you do?
I stayed with Katie.
What's going through your mind while you're at the hospital? Your daughter's bruised on her abdomen. Your husband's instructed you to lie to the doctors and he's left you there.
I was very upset. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted my daughter to be okay.
Is anyone else there with you?
I had lots of people come and visit while we were there, family members.
Did they see the bruises? Did
Yes.
you know? Did they ask you about them?
Some of them did, yes. I don't remember specifically who.
Did you tell your family and friends that asked?
I don't remember exactly what I told them, but I know I lied
Why did you lie?
because I was afraid.
What are you lying for?
Ron,
Katie gets released from the hospital on July 24th of 1991, right?
Yes.
I want to talk about an activity that Ron would engage in with Katie quite often. I believe he referred to it as rolling kisses. Are you aware of that activity?
Yes, very much.
Can you describe to the jury what it was that Ron would do when he engaged in rolling kisses with Katie?
He would hold her with one hand under her bottom and the other on her head. And he would put her lips to his and then shake back and forth and call them rolling kisses.
How would her body move when he would do this back and forth with her?
Well, her whole body would move with the movement. So
When the defendant was doing this, was he holding her head still in a single spot? Or was her head able to rotate?
he was holding her head, but it still could rotate.
It could move side to side?
Yes.
When you would observe this rolling kisses action on the part of the defendant, did it look to you like a loving action between a father and a child, or did it look like something else?
I didn't like it. I asked him to stop. She didn't enjoy it.
She didn't enjoy it?
No.
Being Katie.
Correct.
How did you know Katie did not like this? When
She would cry.
She would cry? Would Katie's cries be enough to get the defendant to stop?
No.
You told the defendant you didn't like it.
Correct.
Did you tell him, the defendant, you didn't like it? Was that enough to get him to stop?
No.
So after July 24th of 1991, you have this bruising to the abdomen. The defendant instructed you to lie about it. You did lie to cover for the defendant.
Mhm.
You're back home. What are your thoughts about you and Katie still living with this defendant?
I was really concerned.
Did you do anything based on that?
There was one argument I remember specifically, and I know that there was more times where I tried to grab Katie and leave, and he would not let me.
Was this after Katie was released from the hospital on July 24th?
Yes.
Tell us everything you remember about that argument.
I don't remember what the argument was about, but he was yelling at me. And I picked Katie up and I said, I'm going to leave. And he blocked me from leaving. And he took Katie away from me and he said, you're not leaving with my child. So I stayed because I couldn't leave her there.
I want to talk to you about August 18th of 1991. Do you remember your Aunt Mary coming and visiting you after her vacation?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that.
She arrived and Katie was very, very fussy. Very just unconsolable, extremely fussy.
Who was all home at the time that your Aunt Mary came over?
Just Katie and I.
Just the two of you.
Yes.
Do you remember where Ron was at that time?
I believe he was at work.
He had another job that he worked on weekends, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you two worked together during the week, but on the weekends he worked somewhere else.
Correct.
Okay. That job they worked on weekends would be for a short few hours at a time, is that right?
Yes.
At the round?
Yes.
Okay. So your Aunt Mary comes over to visit you after her vacation and Katie's unconsolable.
Yes.
Tell us everything you remember about that.
I remember my aunt taking her from me and trying to console her, and we were both working at it, trying to get her to calm down. But we couldn't.
What things do you remember trying in order to console Katie?
Rocking her, singing to her.
Hey, Wow. Glad he's feeling better. Man, pneumonia's scary. That can get really scary really fast. It is good to see you. I saw you, I don't know if I saw you in Baker's earlier before I started streaming today or not. I don't think I had a chance to say hi if I did. But it's good to see you. I'm glad you're, like I said, your little guy's on the mend. And Flash fan, enjoy your lunch. If it has any tuna in it, please don't post it. I don't like tuna. I'm just kidding. You can post it. I just won't look at it. No, you're fine.
feeding her, yes.
Did any of those things work?
They did not, no.
At some point, did the defendant come home?
He did.
Tell us about that.
He came home and Katie was still fussing and crying a lot. And he took her from my aunt and he went into the bedroom and shut the door.
Do you know what happened in the bedroom when he was in there with Katie, the door was shut?
No, I could not see anything.
Did you hear anything?
She was crying for a while, but eventually it stopped.
Besides cries, did you hear anything?
I don't remember.
Tell us the next time you saw either Katie or the defendant.
He brought her out and she appeared to be sleeping. So we laid her in the bassinet and she was sleeping.
I think one of the things he told investigators originally was that the defendant was able to get Katie to go to sleep at times when you and others couldn't. Is that right?
That is correct.
Tell us how he was able to do that.
I don't know
Why don't you know?
because I wasn't there.
What would he do so that you wouldn't be there or wouldn't be able to see what he did with Katie in order to get her to sleep?
He would go in the other room
Bedroom?
or in the living room if we were in the bedroom.
I want to talk to you about August 23rd of 1991. You were in a car accident.
I believe it was the 22nd.
22nd, I'm sorry.
Yes, I was.
Tell us about that car accident that you were in. Was Katie with you?
Katie was with me. She was in the back seat behind the passenger in her car seat.
She was in her car seat, in the back seat, behind the passengers.
Correct.
Okay. And who was driving the car?
I was.
Is anyone else in the car?
No,
How did the car accident happen? Tell us all about it.
I ran a red light and I noticed I ran the red light, so I shouldn't have, but I stepped on my brakes because I was like, oh my gosh, I ran a red light. And a car that had been stopped going the other way, hit on the back end behind the driver's side.
So a car that was stopped the other way started moving through the intersection as the lights were green, hit the rear driver's side of your car?
Correct.
Tell me about the force of that accident.
We were both going very, very slow, so there wasn't a lot of force. I felt a hit, but there was just a very tiny dent in my car and a dent in his car.
You said it was a he that was driving?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any reaction whatsoever from Katie in the back seat?
No, she didn't cry or anything. I immediately went over to the car seat and pulled her out and looked at her, and she was fine. She seemed fine to me.
Seemed alert, normal?
Yes.
You said the driver of this car was a he. Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes, we exchanged information. There was very little damage to both cars. So we just exchanged information and I ended up paying for his damages.
Do you remember what you paid for the damage of the car?
I believe it was like $300.
$300?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do to kind of watch over Katie after that car accident?
I just kept a close eye on her to make sure that there were no injuries on her or anything, or that she never seemed upset or anything. She never cried.
Didn't seem different at all.
No, not at all.
Did you suffer any injuries from this car accident?
No.
So that was on the 22nd, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the 23rd now. On the evening of the 23rd, did you and the defendant go anywhere?
I don't remember.
So this morning you told us about the Mexican fiesta, right?
Yes.
And then you've also talked to the police about going to a church festival.
Yes.
Okay. And so on the evening of the 21st of 1991, did you go to Mexican fiesta or a church festival?
We went to a church festival.
Church festival.
Yes.
Okay. So when I was asking questions this morning, you said Mexican fiesta, but it was the church festival.
It was a church festival. Yes.
Okay. When you went to the church festival, is there anything else different that you remember about the church festival versus Mexican fiesta? Maybe I should ask it this way.
Yes.
Do do anything different at the church festival? Did different people go to it?
So at the church festival, Delphine was with us with the dogs. Katie was in her car seat. Delphine was in the back seat with her. Ron drove. I was in the passenger. And we stopped because Ron wanted to go on a ride.
Okay, so was that the first event or the second event that happened? Was that the evening of July 21st?
That was July 21st, yes.
Okay. So when you talked this morning about Mexican Fiesta,
I mixed them up. Yes.
All right. To be clear, Chrissy, did you and I talk at all during the lunch hour?
No, we did not.
Tell me everything about the church festival that you remember from beginning to end on July 21st.
I remember we weren't there long. He just wanted to go on this one ride. So we went on the ride and came back, right back to the car.
Okay. Who all got out of the car to go on the ride?
Ron and myself.
Where did Katie stay?
She was in her car seat in the car with Delphine and the
What
two
was she doing
dogs.
in her car seat?
She was sleeping,
Sleeping? And where was Delphine in the car?
sitting next to her.
Where were the dogs?
They were in the car with them. With
Okay. I don't recall. Yeah, you can't sit still unless it's happening. What were these dogs like? Were they like jumping when they're in a car and it's a car? Were they jumping around? I mean, you've been around these dogs before, right?
They weren't super active dogs. I don't remember exactly how active they would have been, but they
Older dogs or younger dogs?
one of them was older, one was a puppy.
So, do you remember the ride that you were on?
I believe it was the hammer.
The hammer?
Yes,
What kind of ride is that?
scary one. You sit in this thing that it has a real long pole and two capsules. And you sit inside the capsule and two people can sit on one side, two people can sit on the other. And it goes around, and as it goes around, your capsule spins.
So it goes upside down
Yes,
and it spins.
yes,
Okay. And so you and the defendant went on that ride July 22nd, 1990. Excuse me, July 21st, 1991.
yes.
Okay. You told us that you came home that evening, and I just want to make sure we are talking about the same evening and we have all the events right. Do you remember who fed, if anybody, fed Katie upon coming home after going on that ride?
Ron fed Katie.
Okay. Would the sleeping arrangements have been the same, everything else been the same that you talked to us about?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now I want to go to August 23rd, the evening of August 23rd, 1991. That is Mexican Fiesta.
Yes.
Tell us all about Mexican Fiesta, what happens there.
So I remember eating there and walking around a little bit. We didn't have a stroller or anything, so we were taking turns holding Katie.
When you say we, who's all with you?
Delphine, Ron, and me.
So the three of you are walking around taking turns holding Katie and attending Mexican Fiesta, right?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember about that evening?
I remember walking around with her. I remember Ron was holding Katie at one point, and I did not see it, but I heard Delphine tell him not to shove the burp cloth in her mouth.
You heard Delphine yell at Ron, the defendant, about putting the burp cloth down the child's throat?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after that? Did that get your attention?
I believe Delphine took Katie away from Ron at that point.
What did you do?
I went over by her to make sure she was okay.
Tell us what Katie appeared like when you went over there.
I don't remember.
How long did you stay at Mexican Fiesta with the defendant Delphine and Katie?
I don't remember specifically, but I know we weren't there very long.
Okay. Was this another evening where Delphine stayed over, or something else happened with Delphine that evening?
No, she went home.
How did she get home?
We probably dropped her off, but I don't remember specifically.
I'm assuming, but tell me if I'm wrong, that if you went to Mexican Fiesta, you probably didn't take her dogs.
No.
So she would have had to go back home for her dogs. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right, so Delphine gets dropped back off at home. What happens next with you, Katie, and the defendant?
We went home.
When you arrived home, what happened?
Ron fed her and put her to bed.
The defendant fed Katie, and the defendant put Katie to bed.
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not he did that kisses or rolling kisses thing with Katie that evening?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember anything stand out about Katie that evening, the evening of August 23rd, 1991?
That's funny.
I don't remember anything that stands out that evening.
Katie's getting close to 2 months old. She's about 7 weeks, a little over 7 weeks old at this point. What's she like in the evening? How many times is she getting up for a feeding during the evening?
She wasn't getting up as often. So maybe one time during the night, maybe twice.
1 to 2 times a night?
Yes.
Who would get up with her?
A lot of times I would. I think it was the earlier mornings that he typically did. The middle of the night ones, I don't know. I don't remember. I think it just varied, I think.
Okay. You said he being the defendant, right?
Yes.
And he would take some of those meetings. He would be helpful, right?
Yes.
And your recollection, at least sometimes, that he would do the middle of the night, you take the early mornings.
Yes.
But it's hard to say what happened on what particular day.
Right. I don't remember. That's fair.
I want to talk to you about the morning of August 24th, 1991. What do you remember about Katie that morning?
I remember that when I went to the bassinet, her eyes were open already, but she hadn't cried, which I thought was unusual because she would cry because it was time to eat.
Was this when you woke up that morning?
Yes.
Where was the defendant when you went and approached the bassinet with Katie?
I believe he was still in bed.
You said Katie's eyes they were open?
They were open really wide, yes.
Open really wide? She was not crying.
She was not crying. She was just laying there.
What did you do when you saw Katie with her eyes open laying there?
I thought it was unusual that she didn't cry. And I picked her up and she still didn't cry. And she just seemed to not be herself. She didn't really do anything. I picked her up and she just laid there. She was real like listless or lethargic and she just laid there. I was able to feed her some and change her diaper.
So she did take a feeding. You were able to change her diaper?
Mhm. Yes. Yes.
The day of August 24th.
She remained the same. Her eyes just stayed open. She never slept. She cried out once in a while, but she just wasn't moving around like a baby normally does.
Did you tell the defendant about this?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I told him that I wanted to take her to the doctor because something was wrong.
What did the defendant say?
He told me that I should wait. She probably just has a cold.
This looked like a cold to you.
No.
At some point, did the defendant have to go to work?
Yes.
This would have been, I believe, the weekend time frame where he had that job that he worked, right?
Yes.
Okay. How did he get to that job?
We would drive together. He would typically drive and I would drop him off then.
Did that happen on this particular day?
Yes.
Would this have been like late morning, early afternoon hours?
Yes.
Like during the lunchtime?
Yeah, I believe it was late morning.
Late morning? What did you do with Katie after you took the defendant to work?
So I don't remember specifically. I know I left for a couple of hours. But then I went back. Typically, when he worked there, I had to stay with him. And so the restaurant even had this little booth that I always sat in. And so I remember that I left, but I don't remember why I left. And then I went back and sat in the booth to wait for him to finish.
Where was Katie during that time frame?
She was with me. I was either holding her or she was in her car seat.
How does Katie appear during that time frame during the time frame that Katie is with you and the defendant is at work?
She was the same as she was in the morning. Her eyes open. She didn't sleep, didn't respond to sounds or movements.
Did you do anything to try and get her attention or to see if you could get a reaction from Katie?
I tried playing with her. I tried talking to her. I fed her, tried to feed her. She didn't eat well that day at all. Changed her diaper. She was just, she just ate there.
Did you talk with the defendant again about Katie's condition when you went back and picked him up from the ground round?
I think I told him multiple times I wanted to take her to the doctor.
What was his reaction each time you talked to him about it?
I wasn't allowed to.
You saw the video that was played during opening statements, right?
Yes.
Are you okay?
No.
You want to take a break?
Yes.
Let's take a brief break.
Yes. We're going to take about a 10, 15-minute break, everyone. Please leave your notebooks here, and all rise for the jury, please.
All right, so we're finally getting to the day where everything happened. That's why she is definitely starting to break down more. I don't know what she has in her hand. It looked like a ring, and then it looked like a lanyard thing. And then I don't know what it looked like. She was messing with her sweater. I don't know. But her hands are going like 1,000 miles an hour. Good afternoon. I hope you have slept. she did say it earlier. I couldn't tell you what. I think it was a hamburger joint type thing, but yep, I remember it. When he said the name, I was like, the ground round. That's a blast from the past. I mean, this whole thing is because everything happened 30 years ago. You only have chain restaurants where you are. My husband had to go to work. Dinner house day. I told him I was at a steakhouse when he asked me to look it up. Oh, like Outback. Yeah, we've got, because of the university over in Bloomington, there's a lot of weirder restaurants. For me, they're in houses, and that's weird to me. I don't want to go in your house and eat. I don't know. I mean, they're restaurants. But yeah, our Outback, I will say it's not, it's the Outback here is pretty good. Texas Roadhouse here is pretty good. Um, but everything else is kind of yucky. All right. That's like the Fall River of restaurants are on the first floor of triple deckers. Oh, a lot of restaurants are on the first floor. A restaurant is as rare as McDonald's pizza. Oh. We had a place here called the Irish Lion. Bet you can't figure out what kind of food they served. And it's in this building, in the big antique building. They kept all like the original bar. You had to climb up a flight of stairs. And I mean, I'm talking a ton of stairs. And the poor servers had to carry their trays of food up and down those stairs too. There was not another kitchen upstairs. There was not an elevator that went upstairs. And it was just, the building's old. They kept pretty much everything in it, but it just sold. And it's going to be a place where you make candles. Yep, it just sold for $1.3 million to be a place that makes candles. Somebody did buy the liquor license out of it because those are very, very hard to come by in Bloomington. And these people are going to be nice enough to keep the bar, which is great. I hate to see old buildings get gutted. They are going to put an elevator in, which it does need. But, you know, once the stuff is gone, it's gone. It'll totally I'm not gonna make a candle, so I'm not gonna go in there and see it, but if they do too much, it's just totally going to ruin that building. A tea Oh my gosh, that reminds me of a tea house. This tea house, that was my favorite place. They had amazing tea, and the whole inside of it was full of artwork that was for sale, and they had hot chocolate made with a marshmallow on the top. It was so good. Unfortunately, the place closed down now, but on weekends, they had live bands that played there and served dinner. Yes. You used to go be able to drink a yard of beer there, and now you gonna make a candle, and I think they're going to try to, team up with a winery, which is not hard around here, um, so you can have candles and wine. I don't know. Yeah. Alright. Back to this tragedy, because this is gonna be probably harder testimony because now we're getting into the day that everything happened, and she's gonna not be easy to listen to. And we can't see if he shows any emotion because we can't see him.
Everyone, please.
I think right before we broke, I was asking about the video that was played during opening statements.
Yes.
Oh, they just showed her
Did
face.
you go
Naughty,
to a
naughty.
video store during the afternoon of August 24th, 1991?
Yes.
What was the purpose of going to that store?
We were gonna get a couple of movies for me to watch while Ron was at work, or
Oh,
went to dinner with some, or not dinner, sorry, watch a ball game with some.
you guys remember that is your little frog. Look at you popping in. You guys remember the opening statements of the defense in this video store where they showed that baby was sitting on the floor and they showed the dad just put his boot over the baby's face and then they start singing these boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are going to walk all over you. And him and the clerk laughed. I think that's where they're going to go with this right now. That was terrible. I don't know why the defense played it. I don't know if they're just trying to get ahead of it. It was bad because the state had already made their opening. They didn't play it. Ugh, just want to. I don't like this guy.
Some friends.
He was going to go to watch the ball game with some friends.
Yes.
Was he going back to his places where he works to watch the ball game?
Yes, he told me he was going back to the ground round.
Okay. And were you going to hang out with anyone to watch movies? What was the plan?
Originally, I was going to watch movies with my sister, but when she called me while I was at the ground round, I told her not to come because Katie wasn't feeling well.
Was Katie with you at that time?
Yes.
You had an opportunity to watch the video during opening statements. There are two people in this room that probably know Katie better than anybody, you and the defendant. So I want you to watch what's been marked as State Exhibit number 62, and then tell us what, if anything, you noticed about Katie, okay?
I don't want to see this again.
I played it from 1 second to about 17 seconds in the video. Did you recognize an infant in that video?
Yes.
Who was that?
Katie.
What, if anything, did you notice about Katie's appearance when you watched that short clip?
pretty much the way she was all day, her eyes wide open like that and just not moving. Her mouth was positioned open like that pretty much all day.
When the video paused at 17 seconds, who do we see right here?
I'm in the picture and Ron, and I don't know the name of the person who else.
Person with the really long
Right.
hair.
Yes.
We're gonna go forward to 1 minute and 44 seconds.
What are you doing later? What, you and Chris gonna go out or something like that?
No, he's gonna go up.
You're so morbid. How'd you do if I stepped all over you? That's just what I do.
I stopped it at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. What did you see
Even
after
worse.
this clip?
We saw Katie again with that same look on her face. And then Ron's foot come very close to stepping on her.
I want to talk about that action where the defendant takes his foot, lifts it up, and then puts it covering Katie's face.
Yes,
And then he's gonna step on it, right?
yes,
During that encounter, did you ever notice Katie's eyes blink?
no,
Despite the defendant's foot getting close to her face? Did you see her blink at all?
no.
I move State's Exhibit 62 into evidence.
The objection.
Subject to the plea of the rest.
Okay. All right, the court will receive and mark Exhibit 62 with that proviso.
But he does stay on her boobs, Zach, if that makes you feel any better, because they don't show her face because she's a victim in this. She's a victim of domestic DV in this.
After the video store, you still went to the video store and we're getting movies, right?
Yes,
Okay, even though at the ground round you canceled the plans with your sister.
yes,
Was the plan still for you to have movies to watch at home?
yes.
During this time frame, are you talking to the defendant anymore about Katie's condition, Katie's state?
I brought it up several times during the day. I don't remember when exactly I did. Very specifically in the morning for sure. While we were at the ground round, I did bring it up when we were leaving, saying that I'd like to take her to the hospital again. But I think that was the last time that I said
When was the last
anything.
time you brought it up? I'm sorry.
When we were leaving the ground round,
What was the answer during that time frame?
he told me that we should wait, that she probably just has a cold.
What did you do after going to the video store?
I believe we just went home after that. But I don't remember specifically.
Anything remarkable that afternoon other than how Katie was?
No, not that I remember.
Was she pretty much like what we saw in that video? How you described all day on August 24th and 91?
Yes, that's how she was when I came out in the morning, and she was that way the rest of the day.
Mr. Torbenson, I'm sorry, I need to break in for a moment, completely unrelated to this case. A different case that was previously scheduled in this court, State versus Latham Barber. Is Mr. Barber present in the courtroom by any chance? It does not appear so. Is that Mr. Barber? Mr. Barber, you need to go to Judge Crivello's court. Her courtroom number is 620. So go up one floor, again, courtroom 620, okay? You're welcome, sir. Thanks. Okay, I apologize, everyone. Okay, we're back with Mr. Torbenson.
And continue.
I think we were talking about that afternoon after going to the video store, and you were telling us that Katie was essentially the same. Was there anything that you were doing to try and see if you could get her to snap out of it?
After we arrived home, Ron became concerned because she wasn't responding, that maybe she couldn't hear. So he grabbed some pots and pans and clanked them right above the bassinet where she was laying. And at that moment, she did blink her eyes.
So if there was a loud sound in front of her, like the pot of pan, she would blink her eyes.
Yes,
Human beings normally blink their eyes every, I don't know how many, so many seconds. When you were observing Katie, was she doing that?
she never blinked her eyes, no.
She was holding them open?
Yes,
So the defendant takes these pots and pans and clangs them in front of Katie to get this reaction.
He said, oh, good, she's not deaf.
Well, good, she's not deaf.
Yes.
What happens next?
I don't remember any specifics other than when he left.
And kept
Tell me
having
about
them.
when the defendant left. What did you do and where was Katie?
After he left, I watched a movie and held her.
I assume that was in the living room, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And were you on the couch with Katie?
Yes, I was.
Tell me about how Katie was during that time.
She was the same. I continuously attempted to talk to her and get reaction out of her, but she was very, very lethargic and just laid there.
Did she ever nap during this entire day on August 24th?
She did not nap at all. She did not close her eyes.
What time did the defendant get home?
I believe he got home sometime between 11 and midnight.
When the defendant gets home, what do you do?
I had been trying to feed her and she would not eat for me. So I gave her to him and he started trying to feed her.
Where did this take place?
This was on the couch
In the living room
in the living room.
at 9070 West Waterford?
Correct.
You give Katie to the defendant so that he can try and feed her. What do you do?
I went into the kitchen to wash some bottles.
Can you see what the defendant's doing when you're in the kitchen?
No,
How long do you believe you were in the kitchen away from the defendant, away from Katie?
maybe 10 minutes.
10 minutes or so?
I'm just guessing at that.
Did you hear anything?
No,
Anything stick out in your mind during that time frame?
I believe Ron said she's eating.
Remember the defendant saying she's eating?
I believe he did say that, yes.
After you finish washing the bottles in the kitchen, what do you do?
I went back out to the couch and sat down next to Ron.
What was the defendant doing and where was Katie?
He was holding Katie and he had just finished feeding her.
Were you able to look at Katie at that point?
Yes,
What did she look like?
the same. Except she did have formula in her mouth area.
So her eyes still appear to be open, not blinking.
Correct.
Infants also tend to move their arms and their legs. Was Katie doing anything like that during the day?
No,
Was she doing anything like that at the time that the defendant was holding her on the couch?
no.
So you sit next to the defendant who's holding Katie. Tell us how he's holding Katie in his arms.
He had her cradled like this because he was feeding her. So like you would cradle a baby when you fed them.
And you walk in and you said there were signs of formula around her mouth.
Yes.
After he's feeding her, what do you remember happening next?
He handed her to me and I had her up on my shoulder like to burp her. And I noticed she wasn't breathing.
So the defendant hands Katie to you. You put her up to burp her, and it's at that point in time that you notice she's not breathing.
Correct.
What do you do?
I said, she's not breathing. And Ron took her and laid her on the floor. And he blew a breath into her mouth. And at that point, she spit up what I thought was probably the formula that he had just given her. It was
Describe how much she spit up.
It was quite a bit.
That was from blowing one breath into her mouth.
Yes.
What does the defendant do after she spits all that up?
He turned her over to help get anything else out of her mouth that might have been in there.
Did he do anything after he flipped her over?
I don't remember if he patted her back or not, but I know he flipped her over to attempt to get the formula out.
After Katie vomits and the defendant flips her over, is Katie making any sorts of sounds?
No.
Are you seeing any reaction out of her body?
She appeared to be gasping for air.
Tell us what that looked like.
I don't know how to explain it, but you could see her chest kind of go up and down real quick.
What did her eyes look like when this is happening?
They were the same.
When she was making these gasps, were they repeatedly, really fast, or was it something else spread out?
It wasn't a lot of gasps. It was a few. I don't remember how spread out they were. I think they weren't, I don't think they were like fast succession, but I don't remember for sure. I was panicking.
Is this what you were panicking?
Yeah.
This is scary.
Oh yeah. More than scary.
Is when Katie's making these gasps, is that when she is, the defendant flipped over, so she's kind of facing down to get anything out?
I think it was both when she was facing down and after she was flipped back over.
She's making these gasping sounds. What did either you or the defendant do next?
Ron called 911. And I was next to Katie checking on her breath and her pulse.
Where is Katie at this point in time?
She was laying on the floor.
Which room are you in?
The living room, well, we were kind of in between the living room and where the dining room table was.
So Katie's lying on the floor, and the defendant is calling 911, and you're laying next to her.
Yes.
Tell me about the communication between you and the defendant while that 911 call is being made.
He was talking to the 911 operator, and I don't remember if I said anything or not. I was just trying to see if Katie was breathing.
You told us that you checked on her pulse. How did you do that?
I put my hand on her chest to see if there was a heartbeat, and I checked on her neck also.
What did you feel? You checked when you put your hand on her chest.
At first I felt a very faint pulse. But after a while, she stopped breathing again and I couldn't feel any pulse at all.
You said she stopped breathing again. What were you doing to watch her breathe?
I had my face down by hers and I was seeing if I could feel breath on my cheek.
At some point, does someone start CPR?
So Ron called 911 again, a second time, and they, through the phone, gave him instructions.
Before we go on with that, I want to talk about that first phone call to 911. How did that first phone call to 911 end?
Ron said they were on their way.
Okay. A second phone call to 911 is made. Why was that second phone call made?
Because that's when I noticed there was no pulse in breathing the second time.
Okay. So the second phone call is made. Is the defendant the person who called 911 that second time as well?
Yes.
And how close are you to the defendant, or where are you when that phone call is being made?
So it wasn't that far because the phone was over by the kitchen table and the apartment was rather small. So Katie was on the floor between the living room and the, I guess what you would say, in dining room area. And he was by the dining room table.
Did someone do CPR?
I did.
Tell us what you did.
I did short breaths and chest compressions.
You demonstrated with your hand, 2 fingers?
Yeah,
Is that
2
right?
fingers.
Why did you use 2 fingers?
That's what the paramedics told me to do.
So, and who did they tell? How did you get that information?
They told Ron on the phone and he relayed it to me.
Okay, so they told the defendant related the information to you.
Yes.
You used 2 fingers for chest compressions,
Yes.
and then what else did you do to deliver CPR to Katie?
Once in a while, short breaths.
I tried to miss that. Short breaths.
Yes.
Okay. Did you continue that until both you and or Ron continue CPR for paramedics arrive on scene?
Yes.
I want to go back briefly to the previous evening. The evening of August 23rd, 1991. You told us about going to Mexican Fiesta. You told us about the ride home. You told us that the defendant was the last one to leave Katie and get that meeting to Katie. Were you with the defendant when the defendant put Katie to bed?
I don't remember where I was.
You don't remember where you were. Were you been somewhere in the apartment?
I would have been in the apartment, yes.
Let me ask you this question. On August 23rd or August 24th of 1991, did you do anything to hurt your daughter?
No.
July 21st or July 22nd, 1991, did you do anything to result in the bruising on your daughter's abdomen?
No,
Did you ever do anything to harm your daughter?
no,
Other than you, who was the only other person that cared for Katie on August 23rd and August 24th, 1991?
Ron.
I want to talk about going to the hospital. Did someone ride with Katie in the ambulance?
I did.
What was it like when you got to Children's Hospital in Wisconsin?
They took her in and put us in a room to wait while they worked on her.
When you're in that ambulance, tell us about the firefighters and the EMTs working on Katie.
They were working on her the whole trip.
Could you tell what they were doing?
They were trying to get her heart beating and her breathing.
Was anyone talking to you during that time frame?
The driver,
When you get to Children's, Katie's rushed to one room and then you go to a different room?
they put us in like a waiting room, a private waiting room.
Did the defendant come to Children's?
Yes, he followed in the car, followed the ambulance in the car.
Tell us about the first time you learned about the severity of Katie's injuries.
I remember them telling us that they got her heart beating and she was breathing through a ventilator, but they didn't think she had any brain activity.
What was your reaction to that?
I cried and fell to the floor.
Hey, hey, Law Kong Express. I'll get it out. Is this? I watched. So I saw you had a new video out, and I watched part of it. I haven't been able to watch all of it. Is this what you were talking about in that? That's crazy. I want Zach Anderson out of prison as much as all of you do. I just don't know that we will ever get them to investigate anything else. They think they got their guy. They did their job. Whether they think they got their guy or not, they think they did their job. And they don't need to look anymore. There's just so many people to look at, in my opinion. That's it. It's my opinion. There's too many people to look at, and then you just put two more in there. This guy had a lot of women in his life. But totally just so nobody gets mad at me. But yeah, check out Law Kong Express. He does a lot of great work on this Zachariah Anderson situation that is horrible and just awful. Yes, there is a lot of people that want out of prison. There's a lot of people that need to be out of prison. Okay. Because that's where I saw that I think it was maybe that she had shared it. Yeah, that's interesting. Again, I don't know how we would ever make law enforcement go, yep, we screwed up, because that's just not something they like to say. It's kind of like this Delphi situation is such a crap show. And if, like Andrea Burkhart was saying, if they acquit this man, law enforcement will just say, yeah, they got it wrong, and there'll never be justice for Abby and Libby. Flash fan, stop it. You do not. Well, she's not in prison. We just need her not to go to prison. Sarah Boone's right where she needs to be. But yeah, that's insane. This guy had a lot of women. And I'm sorry, we can be vengeful. We can be some of the worst. You piss enough of us off, and yikes. That's all I'm saying. We've we've talked about it before on here. But so I don't know. I wish, Flashman, if I had that $5 million, I would give it to, I would get a private investigator to go see if Rosalio's really deceased, to pull out all the stops. But I don't have $5 million. Oh, well, that makes it even better. I have never been able to figure out, other than just, I'm not going to say her name, saying that Zach, oh, look at Zach, why they looked at him so hard, because there's nothing to connect him. And this guy did not have a clean life. He owed people money. He had, like I said, many women. We had the woman that he supposedly ghosted that night, that sat around way too long, in my opinion, at the complete wrong apartment, waiting for somebody she didn't even know. None of that makes sense. Yes. Yeah, sure. Me and Jose go way back. BFFs right here. And they just looked at nothing. I just, every time I think about it, I don't understand it. Oh, I figured Flashman had not been drinking. There was no doubt in my mind. Flashman is a saint, as somebody said earlier. But yeah, I don't understand it. Thank you for the update. And I have not forgotten to, I still need to reach out to MLS. I have been down. I had back surgery, and I was down before that, but I just finally got back to streaming this week. So I will be reaching out, and hopefully we can get something worked out and get that going. Even if I can't get anything worked out with MLS and Solomon, I'm going to just do it on my own. So Lakong, you are welcome to be in on whatever you want to do, because you obviously have a ton of information too. So, but thank you for the update. I appreciate it.
He was standing next to me. I didn't look at him. I don't think so.
At some point, were you told that he was not going to make it?
They said that they were going to do some more testing on the brain activity. And then eventually they said that she was brain dead.
Did anyone share with you a diagnosis or a statement about the injury that Katie sustained?
I do remember them telling us that there was no brain activity and that she had the bleeding in the eyes and the, I'm sorry.
Did they tell you and or the defendant that they believe that someone did this to Katie, that someone hurt her?
Yes.
What was it like hearing that?
I was angry and sad. I was devastated. That was my baby.
You were interviewed by police after Katie passed away,
Yes,
or while Katie was at the hospital, right?
yes,
You knew the police were starting to investigate the circumstances around what happened to Katie.
yes,
You told us today that when the defendant came home, that you left the defendant and went into the kitchen for a period of time.
yes.
That's not what you originally told the police, though, is it?
No, I did not say that.
What did you originally tell the police?
I told them that Ron was never alone with her.
That the defendant was never alone with Katie.
Correct.
You told the police that you were with the defendant during the meeting, right?
Yes,
Why did you say that?
because he told me to say that.
When did he tell you to say that?
At some point after we found out she wasn't going to survive.
When you received the news that Katie was going to pass away, did the hospital offer both you and the defendant a last opportunity to hold Katie before she passed?
Yes, and they also offered to let us hold her after she passed.
Did you hold her before she passed away?
Yes,
Did the defendant hold her before she passed away?
I don't think so.
Did you hold her after she passed away?
I did.
Did the defendant hold her after she passed away?
I believe he did.
Did you stay in a relationship with the defendant after the passing of Katie?
Yes, I did.
Did you and the defendant stay living at the apartment on Waterford?
No, we did eventually, but at first we stayed at my parents' house.
Tell me about staying at your parents' house.
It was a horrible time. I was so distraught. I was in shock. I didn't know what to do or how to react.
At some point, did your parents assist you in getting a lawyer?
They did, yes.
What was Ron's reaction to finding out that your parents got you a lawyer?
He was angry. I think he was worried that I would say something, do something.
Did he have conversations with you about what you would tell a lawyer?
Yes,
At some point, you became aware of the results of the autopsy that was conducted in 1991, right?
yes,
This became a homicide investigation, right?
yes,
You've been interviewed a number of times over the years.
yes, I have.
In 1997, there was an investigation
Yes,
reopened. In 1999, it was when Detective Mendola looking into this case.
yes,
Did you cooperate and participate in each one of those interviews?
yes, I did.
When did you meet Ron?
December 14th, 1995.
December 14th, 1995. Did that domestic violence, that physical and verbal violence continue after the passing of Katie?
Yes,
You had another child with Ron?
yes, I did. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, why did you leave him?
Why did I leave him?
Leave him.
I left. They took our second daughter away.
Taking Child Protective Services.
Child Protective Services took her away. She was living with my parents. And I couldn't believe that I had a second child that was taken away from me, but I was grateful that she wasn't in the home.
Get back.
I did get her back, yes.
Was it after you were finally out of a relationship with the defendant that you were talking with law enforcement about what happened?
Yes,
Did you also start to share some of the domestic violence with the family?
very little.
Are there things you told us today that you haven't told anyone about yet?
Yes, quite a bit.
For the first time out loud here?
Yes.
Why don't you see more photos real quick, okay?
Okay.
State Exhibit 58. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What does that show?
Katie in her car seat.
Was that the car seat that she was in during the car accident on the 22nd?
Yes.
And that was the car seat she was always taken in the car with?
Yes.
I move 58 in evidence. No objection.
Exhibit 58 is received and marked.
And State Exhibit 60. What do we see there?
It's a picture of me and Katie.
Together?
Yes.
I move 60 in evidence. No objection.
Exhibit 60 is received and marked. Thank you. Mr. Glenn.
You and Ron raced into the back, right?
Yes.
Forward.
Yes.
Together for several years and then you got married after you found out you were pregnant, right?
Yes.
So you know how long that was?
How long what was?
How long were you together?
We were together almost 10 years, married almost 5.
And of all of those horrible things that Mr. Robertson went through with you, it was a volatile, chaotic relationship, wasn't it?
Yes.
He has to take full responsibility for the accident.
Are you asking me if he has to? He should.
And during the course of that relationship, you both worked mostly at legal work, correct?
Yes.
And you kept the checkbook and made the bills for the family?
Yes, I did.
And sometimes when he would do those horrible things to you, you would defend yourself or strike back, kick him in the groin, hit a wall, something like that. Understandable.
I defended myself.
Pardon?
I defended myself.
Correct. That's what I thought. And that went on for several years, and then you got pregnant with Katie, correct?
Yes.
And the news of Katie, of you being pregnant. Okay, you guys find out ahead of time what it was going to be?
We did not know.
And that was a joyful period. A lot of good times between a loving husband and a loving wife and potential parents, right?
There were some joyful times, yes.
You shared a lot of that same feeling of excitement about having a family child,
I was very excited to have a child.
as was mine, correct?
I don't know what he was thinking.
Did you guys plan and sign up together for first class?
Birthing classes, I believe, were required.
Okay, but you
We did sign up for them and went to a few classes before she was born. Yes, we did.
you said earlier in your testimony that Ron went to all of the medical appointments. You said that the one where you had to go to the hospital.
Correct.
And, but otherwise, there's a lot of medical appointments when you're pregnant.
Yes.
And he was always there supporting you in anticipation of the birth of your child, right?
He was there with me.
And we talked about direct examination about that appointment that you had to go to. Do you remember why Ron couldn't be there?
He was working.
So he didn't just blow it off. He said, I have to go to work. You're going to go to the appointment. You guys both
Yes,
But that's unfortunate. And then there was, you talked about this, you got a little, that worked for a long time for the hospital.
correct.
And then when you were in the hospital, you talked, you said Ron left. And you were kind of a little miffed about that.
I was very hurt.
And as it turned out, he was going home to get the baby, kind of the baby basket that you guys had put together. I mean, this is now 5 weeks before you actually anticipate having a child, right?
Yes,
But yet the two of you had already prepared a nice little thing to like, to get to go to the hospital for the birth of the baby.
we didn't prepare that yet. He went home to get the clothes.
So he went home and he brought the baby box back, right?
He brought a change of clothes in the car seat, yes.
So that was something that you had done, and then it was fortuitous because then you had made your correct.
Yes.
Ron was there for the birth.
He did make it back for the birth, yes.
Decorated the room.
He did.
Painted the room colors. It's exciting. They welcome the child into this world together as loving parents, right?
Yes,
Katie had to stay in the hospital
yes.
for a little bit of time. You talked about us, and I completely understand the anxiety and fear that you would have because she had to stay in the hospital. And I particularly related to that joy that you shared. We got to call the state to come because that was a big day for you guys. Wasn't it?
Yes, I was very happy.
And so was mine. Wasn't it?
I believe so.
The two of you went and you welcomed, well, you went and saw your daughter kind of for the first time, knowing that you were going to take her home, right?
Yes,
You got all of the preparation done together. You went to the hospital, right?
yes.
And then you took Katie home and we've seen those beautiful, wonderful pictures, right? Did Ron take that one in front of you, Mark?
Yes,
Probably a very proud father of that, right?
I would hope so.
And then a series of medical follow-ups, right? Were
Yes.
necessary for Katie.
Yes,
That made you feel anxious and concerned, I'm sure.
she was premature. I was anxious and worried about her.
Sure. But you and Ron did everything that the physicians, and nurses, and all the medical professionals, you guys did what they told you, right?
I did.
Oh, Ron didn't do anything?
I didn't say he didn't do anything, but he didn't do everything that they told us.
You had medical appointments, you had procedures and things to watch, and you protect together, you were some care.
Yes,
And so, between the birth on July 3rd and July 22nd, this is about that levels, you know, how many times did you go to that? After she came home on the day?
I believe we went 2 or 3 times
And why did you do that?
because she was premature and they needed to check to make sure she was gaining weight.
And you and Ron went each time
I believe so.
on the advice of the medical professionals and out of your own concern.
I don't know how to answer that. I don't.
Okay, sorry. So you went to all the medical appointments, and then you come up to July 25th. Robinson asked a lot of questions about it. I think it was a little confusion about it. It was the night that you were with Delphine, 2 dogs, Katie, you and Ron in the car, and then you came upon Church Festival. I don't know if you went. You came upon it, and somebody saw this drive.
Yes, we were driving past it.
You kind of around me, did a little stop and said, hey, I might want to ride over here.
Yes,
Because this is a hammer, and it's a frightful thing. I can't imagine getting it. It's a 63-year-old man now, getting that thing. I know exactly what's right. But so you went and did that. When you did that, you left Delphine, Katie, and the 2 dogs in the backseat of, was this like a 1976 Buick Skylark?
it could have been. I don't remember which car we had at that time.
But as you remember it, when you and Ron went off to ride, take a ride on the hammer, the Buick, the car broke up. They were in the backseat. Did she get around to come around to the front seat, or did she stay in the backseat with the dogs?
She stayed in the back seat with
And
Katie.
Do you remember that Katie was sleeping inside?
Correct.
Did she sleep the whole time at night?
When we came back from the ride, she was still sleeping.
And then, did you notice anything unusual?
Not at that time, no.
But you didn't really check.
No.
And then you and Ron got in the car, I assume. Katie had to have been in the car seat, right?
Yes,
Facing forward.
yes.
Did you lock that car seat into the car?
I don't remember whether I did or not.
Was it one of those car seats where you could just hit a button and then pull it out in the carrier?
I don't think so.
So you never took the car seat into the house?
No, we would take the car seat into the house.
On this night, do you remember when you got home?
I remember coming home, yes.
And, again, it was Delphine, Katie, you yourself, and Ron.
Yes.
You
Yes.
remember Katie carried into the house in the car seat?
I don't remember that specific night, but that's what we pretty much always did.
Just generally, if Katie was asleep in the car, you want to wake her up, take her, and carry the car seat into the house first sleeping in it,
Yes.
and set it down in the living room?
Typically, I set the car seat on the recliner so I could take Katie out easier without having to bend over.
But if she was sleeping, you wouldn't do that right away, would you?
Yes.
Oh, you would take her out of the car seat and
Yes.
wake her up.
She didn't always wake up, no.
And, so on that night, Delphine, did you guys ask Delphine to stay over, or did she decide to stay over with your dog?
I don't remember specifically that night. Sometimes she would ask to come over and sometimes we would offer to have her over.
And you said that she was in your life a lot after Katie was born before.
She was in our life a lot, period.
You didn't care for her, you said you didn't care.
She was, from what I had heard about her, I had concerns.
So you had, Mr. Torbenson asked, and out of respect for you, I agree in this consultation with Ron, that you could stay in the courtroom for the whole, proceeding. Usually people witnesses are sequestered, but actually, it's to your benefit. You got to hear all the testimony yesterday and the day before, right?
Yes.
You remember Liz Gillard, testifying yesterday, master of social worker from Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Did you hear her talk about, that someone shared with her, I think it was Delphine, that, Kate was left in the car seat on the floor with 2 dogs, they slept that way for a little while?
I don't recall that happening. Not that night.
You heard the social worker tell us that, right? Judge, I object. I don't think that's what she read from the report at all.
I don't remember.
I think it's a mischaracterization of the testimony. And her report's here.
Sustained. It's up to the jury and their collective memory of what that testimony was.
I don't,
Just for the record, she has a statutory right to be in the courtroom. This wasn't by agreement. Victim's rights allows her to be present for the trial.
And that is true as well.
And Mr. Torbenson asked me, we concur. I asked about other people, not her.
Okay, gentlemen, let's not get into an argument over that.
You have to do it, and I'm glad. So you heard, the social worker testify, right?
I heard her testify.
You disagree with anything she said?
I don't think it was, the whole thing was exactly how it happened.
So do you think the social worker might have been making something up?
No,
That's for speculation. Who do you disagree with, the
Sustained.
social worker or the conversation? Judge, I guess I'm going to object. You sustained the objection regarding the report. I don't even know what the statement is that she's being asked if she agreed with.
It was 30
Same-
years
same
ago.
one.
Who do you think has a better memory of it? The person who went through it or the social worker? Who's probably overworked. This woman lost her baby. Her memory probably isn't perfect, but I bet it's better. Also, how come this guy quit yelling? He yelled all day Monday. Didn't need a microphone. Today he does.
You heard social worker Gillard testify, correct?
yes,
Do you agree or disagree with her testimony characterization of the events in July 1990?
I agree that her testimony is what she was told.
Now, like social worker Gillard, Mr. Torbenson alluded to multiple investigations.
Yes.
How many times have you been interviewed regarding circumstances surrounding it?
Quite a few. I don't remember exactly how many.
5, 10,
At least 5.
1991,
Yes,
1994?
I think so, yes.
Now, your second child wasn't taken for any allegation against you or against mom, was it?
No, she was not.
It was just because it was an open, pending, mysterious passing of a child in your family, right?
Correct.
That's the law, right?
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
And so, sometime after that, you decided it was best for you, the divorce line, right?
Yes.
And that resulted in then you just testified that you eventually got the second child back, right?
I did, yes.
And then, so that was a CPS, a Child Protective Services investigation, right?
Yes,
They looked at the current circumstances and found no issues, right?
correct.
But then they were also looking back at 1991 to see if they could figure out what happened, right?
I guess so, yes.
And then after the 1994, and then you reunited with your child, second child, then there was another investigation in 1997, correct?
Yes,
You were re-interviewed for that, correct?
correct.
And then after that, Detective Brunner and investigator Michael Mendola from the Department of Justice Criminal Investigation, they came and did another investigation of the 1991 incident, correct?
Yes,
And you cooperated with that also?
I did.
And you were interviewed at least 3 or 4 times just in that investigation, correct?
Yes,
And as Mr. Jorgensen said, that investigation was headed up by Investigator Mendola from the Department of Justice, right?
yes,
You remember he was brought in from Madison to help Greenfield reinvestigate the 1991 incident,
yes,
and you cooperated.
yes,
And by this time, you were not only divorced from Ron, you were taking steps to better yourself and strengthen yourself, and make yourself more independent and strong, and share the allegations that the investigator used to yourself, right?
yes,
And you were questioned about all of the dates. July 22nd, 1991, August 25th, 1991, all of those were included in the investigation in 91, 94, 97, 98, 99. Right?
yes.
You gave between 5 and 10 statements.
I don't know how many, I'm sorry.
And I started asking you the questions about the multiple investigations as we were talking about the evening of July 21st going into the day of July 22nd. So these time periods that Jim asked about, you've been asked about a lot, right?
Yes,
And so that night, the dog slept in the living room, Kate slept in the living room, Delphine slept in the living room.
yes.
You remember getting up to feed Kate though?
I don't recall getting up to feed her.
But you're sure that Ron fed her when you got home?
He usually did that last feeding at night, so
So usually, but you don't have any specific recall.
I believe he fed her.
And then, but you are not sure who did the middle of the night feeding?
No, I don't know.
And then in the morning, you're pretty sure that Ron did it for the morning.
He did, yes.
Because Ron took an active role in taking care of Kate every day, correct?
Yes,
The only person that spent more time with their child than Ron was you, correct?
yes,
And you were with that child probably close to 100% of that child's life, right?
pretty much, yes.
And Ron was right behind that, separated only by work activities, multiple jobs, trying to provide for the family, correct?
Yes,
He diapered, he fed, did all the things that a father is asked to do, correct?
yes,
And might as well talk about it now, this rolling kisses issue, right? You should have an anatomical doll here, but the best I've been able to ascertain is he would hold the child, hold Katie, hold the head, and he would move his head with kisses on Katie.
No.
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 So he would hold his head still and move her.
They both, his head and her body, moved at the same time.
Can you describe that to people in 1991, 94, 97, 99?
I have described it before, yes.
Do you remember you described it differently?
No,
But that wasn't harming Katie, was it?
I believe it was. I asked her pediatrician about it.
And so this father, who otherwise participated in the daily taking care of the child, feeding, diapering, bathing, doing whatever else is called on, and who was also brought in to console the child when the child is inconsolable by the mother and a loving hand. You say that he did this knowing that it would make her cry?
Yes. I asked him many times not to do it.
Sure. And he did it in front of you and other people?
Me, in front of me.
You saw him do that in front of other people.
No,
And was he smiling, laughing?
yes,
Okay. And he had his child right there, giving it control.
yes.
You just objected to it, I was wrong, correct?
It was violent.
Violent?
I believe so, yes.
And did that happen from the start when Katie came home?
I don't remember exactly when it started, but pretty soon. Well, I don't remember exactly when it started.
Let's talk about that one specific. Well, first of all, you guys lived at 97, Waterford Lane, right? What was the name of the apartment?
Briarwick.
The Briarwood Apartments, right?
Yes,
Lived on the second floor, you go upstairs and then
yes.
about a 700 square foot apartment?
I couldn't tell you how big it was.
Well,
It was a small apartment.
small apartment. The end from like about here to the wall behind you, correct?
Possibly, yes.
And it was a square.
Yes.
And there was no doors between the kitchen and the couch, the living room, right?
No doors, no.
And the only door was, there was a door into a closet, a door into the bathroom, a door into the bedroom, right?
Yes,
Pretty close quarters.
yes.
The incident when your godmother, a woman who seems like a very strong, independent woman, very calm, told us about, you heard her testimony, correct?
Yes,
Was her testimony accurate?
yes.
So she came over to kind of check on things, right?
She came over to visit.
And while she was doing that, she came upon you with an inconsolable late Katie, right?
Yes,
And the two of you did the best you could to try to console the child.
yes,
And you were unable to at that time.
correct.
And as oftentimes happened during that short life, Ron came home and he was able to console her, correct?
Yes,
Now, Mr. Torres kind of infers from the car as he closed the door and then he came out. She was sleeping, but he consoled that child consistently.
to get her to stop crying on occasion, yes.
And you and Mary Fowler were in the living room right next to the closed door into the bedroom. You didn't hear anything wrong going on, did you?
I don't recall hearing anything.
Well, you would have, right?
Possibly.
And Katie then went to sleep. Mary went over and kissed her. She didn't notice anything. Did you notice anything?
No.
No blood, no scrapes, no scratches.
No.
She wasn't vomiting. She wasn't throwing up. She wasn't turning blue.
No.
You remember what date that was?
No.
So we talked about the evening and overnight into that first meeting that Ron did in the morning. Then he changed the diaper for you.
When?
And then did you change the diaper again before you went to Dr. Loutz's appointment?
I changed her diaper just before we left to go to Dr. Loutz's.
So Ron did the feeding around 8, changed the diaper, and then you did another one. You remember it all the time?
No.
And in the course of that morning, Katie wasn't feeling well. You felt compelled to call Dr. Loutz.
Yes.
I remember that being calling the pediatrician or the hospital 3 times. And then you still weren't satisfied. Okay, so you called the second time.
Yes.
You heard Dr. Loutz say that he said, well, just bring him in, right?
Yes.
Bring him in. And you said when you changed the diapers, you saw bruises on her abdomen.
Yes.
Had you seen that ever before?
No.
Did you see it the night before?
No.
So was it, you know how long it took, you have a time frame at all when that could have been, that bruising could have occurred,
No.
knowing Katie?
I-
Did you ever see bruise on her?
That was the first time I saw bruises on her.
What about, you remember when Katie had a bruise on her bed? You told various investigators about when you were having difficulty breastfeeding.
Yes.
What did that bruise look like?
I don't recall.
But you remember telling them that she had a bruise on her lip and it was from that. Nothing bad, nobody harmed Katie. It was just a result of you struggling to.
Yes, I thought it was from breastfeeding.
Pardon?
I thought it was from breastfeeding, yes.
So you wouldn't have any idea, you have no allegation, and you're not making anything about where that bruise came from, correct?
Which bruise?
The bruise on the morning of July 22nd.
The bruises on her abdomen? Yes, I do not know where they came from or how they got there.
And you said Delphine was still there when you discovered it, you told both of them what the heck happened.
I was very angry, yes.
So if you know, common sense, the injury couldn't have just occurred, she's already bruised, right?
Correct.
And then you went to Dr. Love's office, right?
Yes.
Okay, and they noticed the bruising, so there was discussions about what happened.
Yes.
Is this where Dr. Love said, did he tell you he was taking the child protective services referral, or did he just say, why don't you go ahead over to Children's Hospital?
He He told us he had concerns about the bruising and he'd like us to take her to Children's Hospital.
And so, in response to the pediatrician doing that, did Ron say, no, we're not going to the hospital?
No,
Did Ron hit the car, get Katie locked up, safe, strapped and safe in the car seat, drive you and Katie right to Children's Hospital, Dr. Law's office?
yes,
Which is what you're told to do, right?
yes,
And then at Children's Hospital, that's where Liz Delardi came in, right?
yes,
And then they did a lot of tests, right?
yes.
And at the end of that stay, a couple days later, Dr. Laux and the Child Protective Service team concluded that there was no abuse, right?
Judge, I think that's a mischaracterization of his testimony. I object.
He released the child saying that there was no child.
He didn't say that.
Sustained. I think.
So Dr. Laux signed off on, and Child Protective Services signed off on Katie going home with you and Ron.
Yes,
You guys went home. Did you discuss further Child Protective Services with Dr. Laux and the injuries to the abdomen?
after that, there was discussions about what to say.
And when you talk about the belt, you told the jury this morning that Ron has like a collector's belt that he made as a kid in high school or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And then, but he was he wearing a belt that morning?
He could have been.
He could have been, right?
Mhm.
And so it was discussed between you guys, the possibility, just as Liz Delardi talked about, of the dog being involved in the bruising, correct?
That's what I was told to say.
Okay, what about the belt? Because that's what Ron said. When he turned her over to try to help her, to try to continue to clear her airway, because she straightened her, she could have straightened the belt.
Ron told me that's what he told them.
That's what he told them, right?
Yes,
And you don't remember whether we had a belt on.
I don't recall.
Did anybody check to see?
I'm
So after July 22nd, you're back home, you resume, you and Ron taking care of Kate, correct?
yes,
Feeding, bedroom,
Mhm.
cleaning,
Yes.
bathing. And then the next point that pops up is someone from your family called the Child Protective Services and said Katie had a bruise, correct?
yes,
Do you remember that?
yes,
Okay. And by this time, were you back working at Labor World?
yes,
Okay. And do you remember what this was, maybe August 5th?
somewhere around there. Yes, I think.
And you had Erica Doman, another Child Protective Services worker. Do you remember that name?
Yes,
And why don't you tell us what she did?
after the report of the bruise,
Yes.
she came to Labor World to check on Katie.
She scheduled an appointment with you?
No,
Erica Doman, Child Protective Services, that was notified that Katie had a bruise on her cheek, correct? Buttocks.
yes,
And so she came there, and she came and she stripped Katie down right in front of you. At
Yes.
work, checked her and found nothing at all, correct?
correct.
And then you and Ron continued to take care of Katie, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so that's August 5th. And any medical appointments between August 5th and August 22nd?
I don't recall.
So you guys were doing everything you were told at the time, everything you were required to do by CPS. You both continued to lovingly take care of your child, correct?
Yes,
And then the next event is the car accident. I mean, you guys are the same Buick Skylark that you had at the church festival earlier?
I had a Buick Skylark. I just don't remember if that's the car I was driving or not. I
Don't remember what car you had. Did you have insurance on the car?
No.
Did you, so it's your testimony that you entered an intersection after running a red light and stopped. Person started to proceed thinking that you were going to keep going. And
correct.
you don't know how fast they were going.
I would say maybe 5 miles an hour.
Did you see them?
Did I see their car?
Yeah.
No,
You really don't know how fast they were going. You're just basing that your feel of the impact.
yes,
And it's your testimony that, did you have your seatbelt on?
yes,
A single seatbelt or a strap belt?
I don't remember.
Katie was in the rear seat behind the passenger, or the car seat behind the passenger.
Yes,
car seat was strapped incorrectly.
Yes,
I'm assuming it was a car seat without subject to recall or anything like that.
yes,
Had them safety belted incorrectly.
yes,
Okay. You remember that?
yes.
And so after the impact, did you just stay right where you were, stop?
Yes, I got out of the car.
Right in the middle of the intersection?
I don't remember whether I pulled to the side or stayed in the middle. And I believe I stayed in the intersection.
And first thing you did, you went check on Katie.
The first thing I did was check on Katie.
No physical injuries.
None at all.
And I assume there was some impact as you felt it as an adult.
I felt a bump.
Okay. And so do you know the amount of impact that was on Katie?
I don't know.
No. Went forward with the impact.
I don't think so.
But you don't know.
It wouldn't go forward. We were hit from the side.
Ms. Ryder, could you pull the mic closer? It's getting very hard to hear you.
I'm
Just pull it.
sorry.
No, it's okay. Just pull it down and closer. Thank you. And speak right at the end. Maybe, I'm sorry, maybe pull it down too much. We need you to speak with the tip. Thank you.
There were two impacts though, the slamming on the brakes that you did, when you realized you were a red light in the middle of the intersection, and then the impact.
I didn't slam on the brakes. I did hit the brakes, but I did not slam them. I don't recall how fast I was going.
You did brake suddenly, come to a full stop in the intersection, and then got hit.
I believe I was still moving when I got hit, but I don't recall for sure.
But again, post accident, you felt, look, did you take getting to the pediatrician after that?
I did not know.
Did you consider it?
I did consider it, but she appeared to be fine. She didn't cry.
August 23rd, 1991, you were, how was Katie that day?
August 23rd. She appeared to be fine.
And again, she was with you all of the 22nd, all of the 23rd, correct?
I believe so.
Did you take her to work that day?
Yes,
An uneventful day.
yes,
And then that evening was Festa Mexicana at the Summerfest round.
yes.
And I assume there were lots of people there.
Yeah, there were quite a few people there.
And you were just in the public walkway, down there walking around, and suddenly you heard Delphine say, "Don't stop that right now."
Correct.
Did you correct her and say, "Oh, he's just wiping away some blood, wiping away some get-ups"?
No, I went over to see how Katie was.
How was Katie?
She seemed to be okay
No big concern, right?
at that time, no.
So, and that's on the 23rd meeting, remember approximately what time?
No, we were there around dinner time, maybe a little after. I don't remember the exact time.
Katie doing okay, then you go back to the parking lot, and you get the car and take Delphine home on the south side, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then you guys go back to the Ryder apartment.
Yes.
Any recollection whether Katie was sleeping when you went into the house? You took her in the car seat or you were carrying her?
I don't remember.
Anything about the feedings that night?
I know Ron fed her.
You got home.
Yes.
And again, in this very small apartment, did you hear anything you had concerns about? See anything you had concerns about?
No.
Okay. And then, anything throughout the evening, overnight?
Not that I recall.
You remember waking up to go eating?
I do not remember.
Did you know? Did you think you did?
I don't remember.
And then in the morning? Who did the diaper and feeding in the morning?
On the 24th?
Yes. It's understandable if you don't remember, you remember the next 4 days.
Sorry, I'm struggling a little bit.
Understood. You need some time? Want to get a little break?
I think that would be good. Yes.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll break for about 10 minutes. It's 10 after 4. All rise for the.
This attorney is frustrating me because he's trying to blame, I think, 2 teacup poodles, maybe his mother, maybe her mother-in-law, and a slight car crash. For all those injuries, we heard the medical examiner list this morning. Yeah. So we got about 15 minutes left of her testimony, and then we will be done. And then on Friday, I'm hope to wrap this up Friday. So we might skip some more doctors because there's more doctors. I want to hear the other two women in his life. And his mother testifies very briefly. She's very frail. And I'll have to, that's all the further I got yesterday. I'll have to look. I believe that the defense only puts on one witness. So hopefully we should be able to wrap it up. And I will try to listen to some of these doctors tomorrow, maybe just give you a recap because that doctor this morning, I wish I would have done that yesterday and just spared all you guys. It's a very close up photo, sir.
We're continuing with Ms. Ryder's testimony and Mr. Glenn.
All right, I'll be brief. We're at the 120. You know, your testimony, you know something wrong, you want to go to the doctor about it.
Yes,
Previously, when you guys had something with Katie Boyd, we had to go, right?
I believe so, yes.
So there may be some type of disagreement. We can agree on that, right? Whether you should take a doctor.
I wouldn't say it was a disagreement. He just told me we shouldn't go.
Then there comes a point where you take on work, is that right?
Yes,
And at this point, you already, by the time you take it work, you've been with Katie the entire time, right?
except when I was getting changed or taking a shower, yes.
So then, but she's already symptomatic, she's already showing signs that you're concerned about early in the day, right?
Yes,
And then you take on to work, Katie still gives you, she's continuing to show those signs, right?
yes,
I think the medical people call that symptomatic of something, right?
Yeah.
And as a mother, your instinct tells you something's wrong with her all day long.
yes,
And whether he agrees or disagrees, you know, your instincts say that there's something wrong with my baby.
yes,
Do you remember talking to your sister at the time?
yes,
And you heard her say, did you have a cell phone in 1991?
yes,
Wow. Right on my neck. Good for you. So you had this conversation from the ground round and you heard your sisters. Were her observations correct about Katie?
yes,
Okay, those are the noises and the things that made you concerned, right?
yes,
Okay. And you said at some point you left, just you and Katie got in the car, as you and Skylar, and you left the ground round, right?
yes.
You don't know where you went.
I don't remember, no.
Then you come back, you pick Ron up, you go home, bang into the pots and pans. You conclude that her hearing is okay, she's blinking, right?
She blinked once.
Okay, but you're still super concerned about her health, and that's from 8 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock at night, right?
Yes,
And beyond.
yes,
Okay. And then Ron goes to hang up, you know, Kevin Boyle is?
yes.
Kevin was Ron's friend from high school, he went to go watch a baseball game, and around for him, correct?
I didn't know who he was going to see with. He said he was going with friends.
So he left there, and you and Kate were home, same observations as the mother instincts still, there's something wrong with my baby.
Yes,
And then Ron comes home, and he had kind of just like you told me that he did many times, including in the presence of you and Mary Kellner. Ron had a way of getting Katie to eat too, right? Put some of the formula on his finger, rubbed it around the lips.
yes,
Remember that?
yes,
Okay, and it worked again, right?
yes,
And during the point where he's sitting on the couch in your kind of 700 square foot apartment, and right around the corner is that opening to go into the kitchen, right? You said you went in and some bottles,
yes.
couple bottles,
I don't remember how many.
but he's like, at some point he says, Christina, Katie's eating.
Yes,
And that was good news for you, right?
yes, I was happy.
You've been watching this decline and this symptomatic behavior all day long. This was maybe the first time it was good news, right?
I was happy she ate.
It came from Ron.
He told me, yes.
And then soon thereafter, Ron is finished feeding, Katie, right? As he stands stand up and bring Kate to you?
No, I came over to the couch.
You came over to the couch, you sit back down or just kind of
I sat down.
sat down? Did you guys sit there a little bit for a while together, Kate?
He handed her to me.
And then did you, it's shoulder,
Yes,
and that's when you first realized she was.
yes,
And then you and Ron took immediate action.
yes.
Ron started the CPR and had a little bit of progress. Probably wasn't the best dose of CPR ever administered by a person, but it worked a little bit for a while. Didn't it?
She spit up the food and started gasping. Yes,
And that was better than the not breathing at all, right?
yes.
So Ron did a good job with that. He then called 911, correct? Right?
He called 911. Yes,
You heard the call, right?
I heard his side of the call. Yes,
Right. And he was trying to, he said, hey, they're quick, my baby's not breathing. Our baby's not breathing.
I don't remember his exact words.
And then he started doing CPR and you guys started talking to her friend, it was chaotic. And then you said she stopped breathing again, right?
Yes,
And then he immediately shot to the phone and frantically called 911 again. And in that conversation, do you remember him agreeing with the 911 operator that Kate was 8 months old instead of 8 weeks old? You probably didn't remember that in the midst of the chaos.
no, I don't remember that.
In his frantic call, he called again and said, hey, get here. She stopped breathing again, right?
Yes,
And they said, stay on the line. They always do. Please, is there another person there? And he said, yes. Please direct her or him to do CPR. And then he started to get a little bit better with CPR, right?
yes, I started to do CPR on her.
The professional was telling Ron, the father, and he was telling the mother, Christine, how to try to save their child, correct?
Yes,
You guys did everything you possibly could, correct?
yes,
And then you heard firefighter Bauer, who's one of those superhuman people, who's a firefighter and a paramedic, puts out fires and saves lives. I really admire that. He comes in here and he tells us, earlier, right? They got there, there was 7 squad there. You remember that?
I don't know how many squads were there. I was with my daughter.
Understand. But was there any time between you said, Ron, Katie's not breathing, and you called 911?
Was there any time?
10 seconds, 30 seconds?
I don't
5
remember.
minutes?
I don't remember.
But you guys didn't just kind of sit for a while and wait. If the 911 call, the first call came in at 12:02, it was probably right before that, right? That Katie stopped breathing?
Yes,
And that was after being symptomatic of being kind of listless and
Yes.
not breathing well all day, right?
yes,
Okay. So Bauer gets us the 911 call at 12:02, 12:18, I think they respond, somebody's on scene at 12:18, Katie's at the hospital at 12:55. All right?
that sounds right.
And then more heroes in our lives, people go to the hospital, try as hard as they can. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, and I apologize. But that's the day and the night, correct?
Yes,
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Torbenson?
You heard the testimony that the responders were there within 5 minutes of the 911 call, right?
yes,
So it wasn't 12:02 to 12:18, right?
I don't think so.
I want to talk about that same day, because the picture that was portrayed from August 24th is a loving, caring father. When you woke up on the morning of August 24th, 1991, you told us that you saw your daughter and her eyes were open and not blinking, right?
Yes,
That was a concern that you shared with the father, right?
yes,
You made a request that that child should go to the doctor.
yes.
What was the father's response to your request to that?
That we shouldn't take her in, that she probably just has a cold.
I assume when you made that request to the father, you asked the defendant to look at the child.
Yes.
Look at Katie, see what you were seeing with his eyes.
Yes,
Did you do that?
yes,
And after he did that, is that when he said, she doesn't need to go to the doctor?
yes,
He didn't go to work right away that morning, right? He doesn't work until late morning into the afternoon.
correct.
He was home with you that morning.
Yes,
He was with you and Katie that morning.
yes,
He could see Katie that entire morning.
yes,
He could see you.
yes,
Were you worried during that time?
absolutely.
You expressed it to him that you wanted to go to the doctor?
Yes.
What's his response to you then?
He wouldn't let me take her.
He wouldn't let you take her.
No,
I think during direct examination, you said your last time you requested to stay in the hospital was when you were at the ground round with the defendant. Is that right?
yes, I wanted to leave the ground round and go to the hospital.
What was your response at that point in time?
My response?
That's right, his response.
He said no.
had the ability to choose to say, you know what, forget you, I'm gonna take her to the hospital. Why didn't you?
Because I was afraid that if I took her, you would get mad.
What was he telling you this entire time frame about her condition?
He just kept saying she probably just has a cold.
How just has a cold? You go to the video store, we saw the condition in the video store, and you come back home and you told us about the banging of the pots and pans, right?
Yes.
Why was that done? Banging of the pots and pans?
He thought she couldn't hear
You thought she couldn't hear?
because she wasn't listening to us talking to her or if we clapped.
Okay. So he's telling you it's a cold, and he also is thinking maybe she just can't hear sound right now.
Yes.
And he takes the pots and pans and bangs them in front of her face.
Yes.
And she blinks.
Yes.
What's his response to that?
He just said, oh, good, she's not deaf.
Did her condition outside of that change in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Were her eyes still staying open?
Yes.
Was she not napping?
No, she was not napping.
Not feeding well, right?
No, she didn't pee well.
You made multiple requests to take this child to the doctor.
Yes.
How obvious is it that something is wrong with your daughter at that time?
It's very obvious.
Plainly obvious,
Yes.
and he chooses to go out with his friends.
Yes.
Counsel said I was nefarious when I said that you would take Katie and go into a room and close the door. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All I pointed out was the fact that nobody knows what happens in that room when he closes the door, right?
Correct.
You could be loving that child behind that door. We don't know, right?
Correct.
You could be shaking that child behind that door. We don't know.
Correct.
Doing something that makes that child quiet.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Glenn?
Oh, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Ms. Ryder, you can step down.
Thank you.
That was horrible and torturous for her. I know the guy's got to do his job, but dang, don't blame her. All right. Boy, it looked like I've been out in the wind all day. Must be windy in this room and I didn't know it. All right. So we will hopefully wrap this up Friday because I'm ready to wrap this up. And also, never mind, I won't make the joke. But you can imagine somebody else should have wrapped it up in this picture. Not in this picture, in the picture we've been watching all day. So Friday, we will have the other two. We'll have the other ex-wife, the other girlfriend, and hopefully his mom. And then I have to see. I have to see what's left because I really want to get over this. Or get over this. Get out of this. It's horrible, but the sound is just driving me up the wall. Gabby, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the super chat. Have a great birthday tomorrow. Do all kinds of Halloweeny things. You already wear all black all the time anyway. It's a built-in costume. You can just do whatever. Except don't get caught if you shouldn't be doing it. Also be safe and make smart choices. I don't have any bail money for you. Flashman, enjoy your crab cakes. I don't have anything else. My brain's kind of fried. I will see you guys at 10:30 Friday morning Eastern time. And be safe if you guys do go out tomorrow night for Halloween fun and adventures. I don't want anybody to go to jail. I always tell you, I don't have bill money, but I'll stream your trial. We will all watch. We won't make fun of you. We might make fun of you. We will definitely make fun of you. And also wish and for the best and pull for you. And also, I need to remember how to end my streams and start my streams. This is all so new to me, and I should have it down by now. But it started, and then I wasn't here, and now I forget how to do it between the days. So, oh, please do. Please do, Flash fan. And don't make your name Flash fan. If you do go pro se, make your name Heroes and Villains. It'll be a perfect pro se name. Be awesome. You can be the hero of your own trial and the villain on cross examination. See, perfect. It's perfect. All right, I'm going to try this again because I only have 26 seconds to figure it out. I got it. All right, I'll see you guys all Friday morning. Have a great night. Have a good Halloween. Happy birthday, Gabby. I'm out. Bye.